Hello everybody. I hope you can hear me. I hope so. Yeah, it's on. Okay. Hello everybody. Welcome, Maine. How are you? Thank you so much for being patient, everybody. I was having a few technical difficulties, like always. What else is new, right? It's never smooth sailing. For some reason, my back camera wasn't working, and I couldn't get it to work. It just kept saying it was busy. But if I turned it on an NVIDIA broadcast, it worked. So I don't know what's going on with that camera, but I couldn't use NVIDIA broadcast because that's what I use for this camera. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's a really weird situation. I think the computer just loaded and glitched out really weird. But it's fine. We're live, and that's what matters. Hello, Michael Jackson. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming back to the stream. Yeah, I really hope everybody's doing really well, and that you've all had a really good weekend, and that your Monday is starting off okay. I know it's not always the best. Mondays kind of suck, and now my weekends are actually off. So I feel you. This is my Monday as well, and my Mondays are really crappy, only because I work night shift, but due to the way that my schedule is, we work night shift, but one of them counts as an early morning location. So I work Friday into the night, so I'm technically working Saturday in like early morning. And then on Sunday I go to bed, but then Monday I have to be up at 4 a.m. to go back to work. So I technically get 1 day off. I don't really get 2 days off. But it really throws me off because I normally stay up most of the night. So by the time I'm getting tired to go to bed, it's when I have to go to work on the Monday. So it's pretty exhausting. It throws me way off, and that's what's happening right now. Is I tried to take a nap at around 1 a.m, trying to see if maybe I could, not be as tired, and I slept for maybe half an hour. And then we got to work, and it was a later morning because we don't have keys to the place. We have to wait for the staff to get there. And yesterday was the day that one of the staff members literally waits until the very last second to show up. So they didn't show up till about 6 a.m. Normally we start at 5. They showed up at 6 a.m, which threw me an hour behind. And then on the way back, there was traffic. They've shut down 2 sections of the road, and the construction guys running it, like, they really don't have foresight on how traffic works, and they just create huge congestion. So I was stuck for almost half an hour just sitting in my car. So that also threw me back. So I didn't get to bed till about 9 in the morning, almost 9:30, and I woke up at 1. So that's 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. So 3.5 hours is what I've slept, maybe 4. So I'm pretty tired. I'm going to take a nap after the stream, which is going to be great, because then hopefully I'll get up for work, and then I'll be wide awake, and then I can stream earlier. That's my hope. That's my hope. Nikki, hello. Nice to see you. Merle, hello. I hope work is going okay, Merle. I miss you. I hope you're doing okay. Hope work is going okay, and that you have a great day at work. Thank you for popping in, though. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's kind of where we are right now. But yeah, I hope everybody had a really good weekend and that you all enjoyed. I'm having somewhat of a breakfast right now. I had a really big meal before going to bed. Obviously, now it's been, it's been what, 6 hours? I don't know. I'm bad at math. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 6 hours. It's been 6 hours since I went to bed. And I had a really big meal before bed. Like, I did eggs and home fries and sausage and toast. So I'm still pretty full. So I'm just eating something small because we are going to be live for, 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever it's going to be. And I don't want to be starving. So I'm just eating a quick thing from El Salvador, and I friggin' love it. My brother just went and came back, and he brought me some. This is like one of my favorite things to get there. They don't sell them here. Funny thing, Nikki, you're in the chat. Funny thing is they're called alemanas, and in Spanish, alemán is the word for German. So this bread is just called Germans. So I'm eating Germans. That just clicked right now. Michael Jackson, yes, this is my merch. I think the link still works in the description if you're interested. Actually, I don't know if YouTube has the description. Twitch does. But I do sell them, or I did anyway. And I put them at like the minimum. I think I make like 50 cents a mug, something like that, or 20 cents a mug, something really ridiculous. I really like my mug. I want to get another one because I'm afraid this one might end up like falling apart. It hasn't yet. I've had it for a couple of years and it hasn't yet. but I'm still scared to. I'm scared that it will. So I want to get another one. I also want to get a couple of shirts made. Ty, who pops in occasionally, him and I went video game hunting. He lives in the same town my brother lives in. And him and I went video game hunting a couple months back. And he took me to one place where they make custom shirts. And so I have merch online from Stream Elements. And the stuff I've gotten from them has been great. But I also know I was with Spring Tea for a while. And Stream Elements does a similar thing as Spring Tea, where they just kind of like hire t-shirt places to make the shirts. They don't make them themselves. And so it's kind of hit and miss depending on who makes your shirt. And so like with Teespring, every single one of my shirts that I've gotten from them has fallen apart. And most of them fell apart immediately on the first wash. Whereas Stream Elements, none of them fell apart. So I'm kind of iffy about ordering online, especially because I got to pay shipping. So like a shirt costs me like $50 and a hoodie costs me about $75 to get to me. And so it's just not really feasible for me to buy like a bunch of them to wear on stream. But this guy, he's only like 15 minutes away from me, and he charges between like $20 and $30 per shirt. So I'm going to order a bunch from him. I just haven't had time or the money or the energy. But I'm going to order some from him. But I do really like the logo. I designed this myself just because I used to do a lot of Nintendo stuff. So I was like the NES controller with my like logo in the middle of it and a red splat to kind of match the NES. I've got another one that matches the SNES with the purple splat. You know, I think I did okay with the logo and stuff. Hello, Chadley. How are you, man? How's life? I was lurking. Was it last week? I think it was last week. And you had like 40 plus people watching you. That was really cool. That was really cool. You're so close to the end of that cross stitch. You're so close. I hope you're doing well, Chadley. Hope life is treating you okay. But yeah, this is the knockoff cam link that I'm using, actually. For those who are interested in streaming, I've had a cam link for a very long time. I've had this, I bought this when the 4K one was announced, like the updated 4K, because the original cam link was 1080p. I think it was 1080p 30. And then they released the cam link 4K, which could do 4K, but I think it does 4K 30. I think. But it definitely does 1080p 60. So I bought it. But it's like, it was 120 when I bought it. Now they're up to 150 in my area. And it's great, but it's been glitching out a lot. So I bought like this knockoff Chinese one from Amazon. That's like, it was $10. It's good to start with. I'll say that much. It's definitely really picky. I did find out that my cable is also no good that I'm using for this camera. So like if I just even breathe in the wrong direction, it disconnects. So I have to get a new cable. Because I remember last stream, I plugged in my fancier camera and it didn't work. And so I thought it was just the cam link in total. But no, the cam link had kicked on eventually. But the cable is faulty, so whenever I move the cable, it disconnects. So I got to get a new cable. But anyway, it's a cheap like $10 cam link clone. The quality is okay, like colors and everything are fine. What I found though is this is supposed to be running at 60 frames a second, and if you can tell from my movement, that's not 60 frames a second. It's like between 45 and 50, sometimes lower than 30. But it'll randomly just start having like severe screen tearing, like insanely bad screen tearing. And so it's good to start. If you use it at 720p, perfectly fine. But I like to use 1080p. So, and I bought it because it was supposed to be 1080p. So it's for $10, not a bad choice. Just be prepared to be at 720p. But outside of that, it's not great. But it's a $10 product, right? Compared to the $150 now for the cam link. It's not a bad option for a camera, you know? You finished it that day? Oh, nice. Yeah, I had you on for a little bit, and then I muted it, and I just had you kind of playing in the background while I was like cleaning up and stuff, because Alana's gone now. And so I've spent like the last week, well, now it's been a few days now because I'm finally like done. But I spent like a whole week cleaning this place up and down, and it was like, it was a lot of work. So I had you on the TV, but then I had you muted because I was doing something, and then I just forgot to unmute. And I was just kind of watching, and then I saw the numbers were like so high, and I was like, that is so cool. That is awesome. That one was a really nice piece. That was such a great piece. I wish I had the patience, because I would love to have something like that. Not that I have space to hang it anywhere. I've got my Resident Evil 2 poster that I made, and I want to make the Resident Evil 1 and 3 posters. I even want to make a 4 poster, but I've got nowhere to hang them. And so I'm like, I don't want to put in the work just to not show them off on stream, but I've got nothing. Like, there's nowhere to put stuff. And so, like, I don't have any intention to do it, but, you know. Ty, how's it going, man? I was just talking about you. I was talking about how we had our little date going check out video game stores a couple months back, and that place that does t-shirts, that I want to get t-shirts because I was drinking from my mug. Nice, Michael Jackson fan. You're young, so I'm gonna guess that you have one benefit that us older farts don't. Younger brains are a lot more resilient at like sickness and stuff, and motion sickness and stuff. Not every time, you know, there are kids that are like way weaker than everybody else when it comes to seasickness and motion sickness. But kids can get used to uncomfortable situations really quickly. So it's a good time to get into it. Not that you're like a little kid, but you know, you're younger. I'm almost 40. I'm 37. My brain's kind of like, yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna have a really hard time getting used to it. But when you're like 25 and under, your brain's kind of like, whatever, I'll deal with it. It's kind of like there was a study that I just watched, or I watched a video on the study that that they did these tests, and it's actually a physical change that happens in our bodies. In our inner ears, actually, they get less sensitive, and so we get more motion sick as we get older, and so that's why older people ride roller coasters less and less. It's not because you become more scared as you get older, it's the physically your body can't handle it as you get older and older, because your inner ear just doesn't respond the same way, so you get disoriented a lot easier, which causes nausea, which then causes you to puke. So then we just don't do it. You know. Oh, perfect. Perfect, Chadley. I'll definitely take a look. Alexander, hello. Welcome. Bit of a cheat. It's a bit of a cheat. And I'm not afraid to admit it. I do have a nice camera. It's an A5100. It's definitely not a top-of-the-line camera, but it is more than enough for streaming. You know, you're going to see some streamers using like $3,000, $4,000 cameras for the stream. Total overkill. All the power to them, because it's usually the streamers that make a lot of money doing this. Totally overkill. This is an A5100. When I bought it, it was $500. They don't make it anymore, but there's the ZV-E10, which it's just out of reach here, which is actually my camera that I use for TikTok videos and stuff. It was what replaced this camera. It's a much better camera than this camera. But the reason that I say it's a cheat is because I'm actually using NVIDIA Broadcast to blur the background a little bit. Now, I do have very good lighting, so that helps, like, dramatically. If the lighting isn't good, then your camera, doesn't matter how fancy your camera is, it's gonna look bad. I've got, like, a really big soft light in front of me to make, like, the light nice and even. I've actually got a light behind me that all it does is just, like, light up just the rim of my hair. If you look at the edge of my head, that's all it does. In the chair, you can see it. That's all it does, is just like pop me out from the background so I don't blend in so much. And then I've just lit the background with different colors and stuff just to kind of make me stand out more. And then I literally have NVIDIA Broadcast at the lowest setting, and I turned it on for a little bit of background blur. And now it looks like I have like a super expensive fancy lens and fancy everything, and it's only semi-fancy. But thank you for the compliment. I don't know if you are a content creator of any kind, but hopefully something from there helps if you are. Oh, I don't need to put a list together, man. I have everything just stuck in my head. And we'll sit and because prices change so quickly, that I don't like to like save anything, because if I do, it's either no longer available or the price has gone up or there's something that's way cheaper. But I know exactly what you would be needing, and we can discuss. And obviously it would depend on like what you want, right? Because you could have like a setup like me, super fancy with a bunch of stuff, or you could go very basic since you're just going to be starting, but we can still make it look almost as good as this without it having to be super fancy. Like, I have 2 lights for the front, but I only use one because the other one's almost dying. You know, and even like I bought a big softbox to go on my light, And then what I ended up doing this time, now that I'm in this room that's much more settled and it's properly a stream room, I bought, well, back when I was doing photography, this was a while back, I bought this reflector kit that I was using for my photos. It was like 25 bucks. And it was like this big ring, and it came with a gold reflector, a silver reflector, a black screen, which would actually like absorb light in case you had a bit too much bounce light coming through. And it had, it was made of like this foldable like pop out ring. And the ring was made of like a really thin sheer white material, which was supposed to be used like if you were out in the sunlight, you would block the sun with it so it would soften the light on them. So I've taken that sheer material and I've actually ran my light through it. Even though I have like a $50 softbox, this just looks nicer. So don't worry if, you know, we can spend time together and we can figure out what's going to work. And if it's something that's super budget, don't worry. It doesn't mean it's going to be bad. It just means we got to figure out how to make it look good. So we'll do it, man. Don't worry. We'll do it. But yeah, the biggest part with any kind of content creation with like camera and stuff is just making sure that the settings are right and the lighting is good. And then with audio, it's about settings and distance. You got to get that microphone nice and close and you're good to go. Honestly, like it's pretty straightforward, right? Yeah, absolutely. And like, honestly, you can make things look really, really good. Like I used the C920 for a really long time, which is like the basic webcam. It's a decent quality basic webcam, don't get me wrong, but like I used that for a really long time and it looked really good just based on the settings that I was putting in and the lighting. The main reason I upgraded was because I wanted to start making videos and the webcam just wasn't really keeping up with making videos, and second was more of my own annoyance, and I think that's more ADHD brain, was that the C920 resets its settings every time you reset the computer. And so it was just a hassle for me to have to go in and change the lighting and change the color temperature and change the exposure and the frame rate, like all of it to get it to look exactly like I wanted every time I restarted. So that was like a real hassle. So I wanted something like this where I could just plug it in, the settings are in, and I literally just turn on the camera and it's good to go. But yeah, like it as long as we can get hopefully 2 lights going, 3 would be ideal. 1 for your face, 1 to rim you, and 1 in the background. 1 to rim you, and 1 in the background. That would be more than enough to make the lighting look professional. And then as far as like microphones go, depending on how you want to set it up, if it's gonna be a stream, something not this exact microphone, but like this kind of setup where like the boom mic and the microphones in front of you would be ideal. If you're looking to do more like streaming and then your videos as well, you could always get like a lapel mic, like one of the ones that like connects to your shirt. So that way you could use it for videos. You could also use it for streams. The quality is not going to be quite as good as this, but it would give you that flexibility. Like there's things we could talk about, right? There's a bunch of stuff we could talk about. Not yet anyways. Yeah. How long have I been living in Canada? I actually moved here when I was like barely 2. I think I might have been even below 2, like just before turning 2, something like that. But most of my life. I've been here most of my life. Did they finally fix that? Because back when I was using it, even that wasn't really holding on to the settings. No. Was it that wasn't holding on to the settings, or was it that didn't give you... No, I think it was the C920's Logitech capture software. I think what it was that I didn't like was that it wasn't as clear cut what the settings did, if I remember correctly. I don't know if they've changed it, but I remember that it wasn't like exposure and the like whatever the other one is called. I have it on here. Why am I even trying to figure it out? I could just look at it. Hold on, it's gonna switch scenes for a sec. Oh, it's not even there. Oh yeah, I forgot. I deleted it because it's not working. I deleted it because it's not working. I could just add it. Give me a sec here. I want to see what it's called, because I think that was one of the things why I didn't like that software. But like because I'm super into cameras and stuff, so it was just more of that's me. That's not that the software is any problem. I'm just not. I'm just too picky. Okay. Where's my C920? So in like the Windows property of the C920, you get the exposure, but then you also get the brightness and the gain. The gain, that's the one I was looking for. The gain and the exposure. But if I remember correctly, the Logitech software doesn't actually use those words. They use different words, and it automatically adjusts those for you. Yeah, so that's the reason I didn't like that software, but I forgot that software even existed. But yeah, that's definitely an option. You know, using the C920, using that software, it will retain that software setting for you. So that is a solution. I completely forgot about that software completely. Thank you, Chadley. Because that is like the biggest limitation on the C920 is having to reset those settings every single time. But if you use the software, that saves you that hassle. Yeah, and honestly, it's just about getting the settings right and getting the lighting, like the environment right. And you can make really crappy cameras look really, really good. It's kind of, it's mind-blowing to see how good you can make a basic webcam look, especially with hardware like NVIDIA Broadcast that can allow you to have a little bit of background blur and stuff. Then it's almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Like, the reason I say almost is because like NVIDIA Broadcast does stuff like this. Like my whole boom arm is now blurry and it shouldn't be. Or like my cup, if I hold it in front of me, it'll randomly just like, oh, it's not doing, of course it's not going to do it now. Of course it's not. It's not doing it now. It's not doing it now. Can it do it if I do it? There it is, see? It just randomly blurs. And now it's not blurry. And then it's blurry. So like it'll randomly do stuff like that because obviously NVIDIA Broadcast is just guesstimating what you are versus everything else. Whereas like a fancy lens, it blurs based on like the actual physics of the lighting and the lens. But like that's something that a photographer would notice. It's not, or a videographer would notice. It's not something that your audience is going to notice. And even like as a content creator, you're barely going to notice it. Thank you for the follow, Delilah. How are you? ASMR, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. It's the explicit coffee mug, exactly. But like it's NVIDIA Broadcast. Most capture cards now have support for it. Obviously, really old ones don't, but like the 20 series and on have it, and it honestly like ups your level, and like you can erase your background. Like there's a lot of options with NVIDIA Broadcast. If you just get your lighting right and you dial in the settings on your camera, you can make it look incredibly professional with like a $50 webcam. Like it's really impressive. This is 100% overkill. I just really like it because I've always liked photography. I've always liked cameras. Like I've got more cameras than I can count. And like some don't work. I have a Nikon that I bought a long time ago and the lens broke, and I just never got it replaced. And so like the Nikon just sits in a box. It's very similar to these. It's a point and shoot. Or it's a mirrorless interchangeable lenses or whatever, but it doesn't work for streaming, so I never bothered trying to fix it. But like I've got that. I used to have a Canon that was a point and shoot. I gave that to Nora. I've got the Nikon D7000. I've got this camera. I've got my ZV-E10. I also have a Sony 6000, but I fried the motherboard on that one. Like I've got cameras. I love cameras. I love photography. So for me, this is like worth it. But yeah, overkill, total overkill. Yeah, that's happening to me, Chadley. That's happening to me. It'll randomly, like right now, at this moment, it's struggling really bad. It's struggling really, really bad. Venom, hello, welcome. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Venom. That's really, really nice of you to say. I keep forgetting to take it down. I don't have a Discord right now. The Discord that I have is literally one page, and it was just me explaining that I was no longer going to stream. About a year and a half ago, even over a year and a half ago, I basically made the decision that I couldn't do streaming. It was very, very time consuming. My relationship at the time was not in a very good place. And so it came down to I either cut out streaming or I cut out content creation and dedicate more time to the family. And streaming would take, 3 or 4 hours. Content creation would take 3 or 4 hours, but it was like once a week to make a bunch of videos. So I chose to go with content creation and kind of get rid of streaming. So I got rid of my Discord. I got rid of everything. and I never made my Discord, so the Discord is still live. And so I've made it visible just to like have that page where I'm like, hey guys, I'm not streaming anymore, because I wasn't planning to come back to streaming. And then unfortunately, relationship fell apart. I have a lot more time on my hands, so I'm back to streaming. Simple as that. I'm still on the fence on whether or not I'm gonna make a Discord. It's honestly a lot of pressure to have a Discord, because the truth is that the Discord is a reflection of your channel. And I don't like Discord, and I don't do well with Discord. I forget that I have it. I mean, I forget that I have threads. Twitter I hate, but I forget that I have threads. And so like I don't use Discord very often, but then what happens is you get a bunch of trolls coming in and they're harassing people. There were a few times that I had some trolls coming in and like dropping racist slurs and stuff like that. And I just wasn't aware of it. And because I had my alerts turned off, I had no idea it was happening until somebody privately messaged me like somebody that I knew in real life privately messaged me to let me know what was going on. I had no idea. And so it reflected bad on me because I just wasn't aware of it. But that's my responsibility, right? So it's a lot of pressure. Not to mention I really struggle with the whole social aspect of it. And at the time especially, I was streaming a lot of kid-friendly content. And so I was getting a lot of like 12-year-olds coming in and they would DM me. And it was like an incessant DMing, or they would like tag me constantly. So it was just really, really frustrating because they would message me, but sometimes it'd be like 3 a.m. and I was working really early at the time. And so it was like, I would just turn off all the notifications and then I just forget I had it. So. Yo, trans people, like, they can be some of the most stylish people ever. I'm so jealous. And like some of the trans women, their makeup skills are out of this world. Like, I wish I could do something about this. I wish I could do something about this. I'm just not a fan of the makeup look. Oops. See, that's what the camera's doing because of the cable. I'm just not a fan of the makeup look. And so I wouldn't do it, but I wish I could do something about this because damn. Some of those skills, man. But yeah, can you get a camera so I'm less ugly? Honestly, dude, you've seen me in real life. Cameras can do a lot to make you look good. It's hard at first because we're not used to seeing ourselves the way the cameras show us. Do you know what I mean? It's not always the most flattering in our own minds. It's one of those things. I don't know if you've seen those videos on TikTok. They've popped up occasionally on my TikTok where it's a guy who has like a real mirror where like a mirror, when you look at it, it's a reflected image, right? Like it's reversed. But he has like this box that he has set up that it like reflects the reflection. So then you get a proper turned properly reflection of yourself. Like if you look in the mirror, your wording is backwards on your shirt. This one reverses it so the wording is normal, so you can see how other people see you. And almost everybody like gets really shocked at how different they look. Sometimes they think they look amazing, sometimes they think they look even worse. But it's because our brains become accustomed to the way we see ourselves in reflections, and cameras are not a reflection, so it's very different. So it can be very, very shocking. But that being said, lighting can like work some magic. Because at first I felt really weird looking at myself on camera. Today, I feel like I look really tired. I've only slept 3.5 to 4 hours, so I am very tired. But despite that, I look at myself on camera and I'm like, I look tired, but I look good. But you've seen me in real life. Like I'm not anything special. And I'm sure you could probably maybe feel that in real life, I look less, not attractive, but like less well put together in real life than I do on camera. So we could do a lot. Don't worry. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Yeah, it makes me look taller. It does the opposite for you, but it's because it's just your room setup. You look shorter. When I saw you, I was like, oh my God, he's bigger than me. Oh, no, thank you. I'm very allergic to dogs, which is really weird because like they don't make me sneeze, but they make my eyes feel like they're on fire and they make my skin feel like it's on fire. It was the worst. I had a dog. Her name was Zelda. Alana took her. I bought Zelda for Alana, so it's fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying she like stole Zelda, but Alana took Zelda, so I don't have her. I'm also not responsible enough, so I probably shouldn't have kept her anyway. I don't know if it'll work on camera, but that's my dog Zelda. That was my dog Zelda. She was a little tiny pug mix. And like I would lay with her and she would lick me, but I would break out in severe hives as soon as she did. So I'd have to like, if I cuddled with her for 5 or 10 minutes, the first thing I would do is run to the bathroom and like soap up my neck and my arms and whatever touched her and like clean it all up. So that way I would like reduce the allergic reaction. I have such bad allergic reactions. Even the hypoallergenic animals still give me a really bad reaction. Cats aren't as bad. I still react to them, but it's not as severe. 209 pounds. Holy crap. That's a huge dog. I mean, I knew Mastiffs were huge, but that's a huge dog. But yeah. Honestly, Ty, lighting can make all the difference. Oh my god, I had 2 turtles when I was a kid. I used to have 2 turtles. I never had a tortoise, but I had 2 turtles. I also had bearded dragons and a ball python. I love lizards and like amphibians and like those kind of animals. I also had a gecko for a while. No, a newt. It was a newt. I had a newt for a while. 7, hello, how are you? Oh, that's sad, Venom. That's sad. But that happens, right? You get pets, they're gonna pass away. Most pets don't live as long as we do. My mom actually had a proper tortoise growing up. Like one of the big tortoises. Like they would feed it a head of lettuce type of tortoise. She had it her whole life until she moved out here, and then it got stolen. So... But yeah, she had it for like 15 years, but tortoises live like 100+ years, right? 7, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, he's alive, but you lost him. Like, you actually lost him. Like, he ran away, lost him. Okay. okay, I get it now. That's even worse, because then you don't know where he went. But yeah, oh man, I would love to have a tarantula. Tarantulas would be cool. I feel like I would be really allergic to those too, though, because of the hair. just because I'm so sensitive to everything. But yeah, back to the whole thing with Ty. The lighting honestly makes a big difference. The first time I noticed it was when I first did a short film. The very first time I ever did a short film, because anything I'd ever done on camera was done on like a regular home movie camera. And like I was a kid, so I didn't do anything about lighting or anything like that. I've always been interested in editing. Like I said, I was always really big into cameras. And so my dad had bought one back when we were like really little kids. And then when I was about 16 and I started working, I started buying video cameras and everything. The one video camera I bought even had software to like do some basic editing, kind of like iMovie or Windows Movie Maker type of software. That's where I started to practice. But you know, or I would do like acting classes, but it was with a home movie camera. So like the lighting was bad, the sound was bad. Then I did my very first short film, and it was like a 10-minute movie, and they like properly did white balancing and lighting and sound. And then I saw myself on camera, and I was blown away by how different I looked on camera. And I'm used to seeing myself now. At the time, I was like, oh my God, I'm so ugly. But it's because I was really uncomfortable with myself on camera and hearing my own voice and all that. And even when I started streaming for the first little while, I had a really hard time. Yeah, when I saw how different I could look and I could look professional, it made me feel better. Even though I felt really uncomfortable watching myself, I felt much better knowing that I looked that way on camera. And now that my stream is also lit that same way, I don't feel bad about seeing myself on camera. The only things that ever make me feel like self-conscious is when, like today, when I haven't slept and I've got bags under my eyes that are worse than normal. Or like when my hair is a mess. Like the last couple of TikToks that I did, I use some like hair paste once in a while. And I had used hair paste. that day, and because my hair is longer, I haven't really, like, up until like literally yesterday, I hadn't really discovered how I wanted my hair to be styled to look the way I wanted. And so I had used hair paste, and it just made my hair look greasier. And like now, all I've got is mousse in it, and I love how my hair looks today, and I loved how it looked yesterday. So like I look at those videos, I'm like, oh, my hair looks so greasy, I look gross. But I got used to it. But it's because I know my lighting is good, I know my sound is good, so I feel a lot more confident. So we'll work on it, man. We'll get you looking as good as we can, you know? Yeah, dude, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. To like try to really like concentrate on it, you know? That's kind of what I did to not be distracted from everything I had to do around the house. Obviously, it's not the same as studying. But like I stopped checking TikTok. I didn't open TikTok the whole week that I was doing stuff around the house. Only recently have I started to open TikTok. And even then, I'm not, like, I'm posting, I'm responding to a few people for the first few hours, and then I just stop. I haven't really checked TikTok lately. Throwing it in the river? All right. Sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a good plan. But yeah, we'll figure it out, man. We'll figure it out. We'll like get together, we'll have a coffee or whatever, we'll see what kind of things you're gonna need. And then once it's all delivered and ready to go, maybe I can like go to your place and kind of help you set up some basic lighting techniques. And then obviously you can just like emulate it based on however you end up setting up the room. But at least like I can teach you some basic lighting and some basic settings so you can kind of have something to go off of. You know what I mean? Be prepared to clean. Dude, I just spent the last week and a half cleaning. I don't want to clean anymore. I'm done with cleaning. I'm done with cleaning. You need my help get it out? Are we going skinny dipping? Because I'm only involved if we're skinny dipping. Yeah, I've spent so damn long cleaning lately. But I'm officially done everything. I'm done everything. Like yesterday, I fully did like a deep clean of the bathroom. I like emptied my fridge and completely cleaned out everything. Like took the shelves off and wiped them down, did soap and everything. I did the stove, everything. So my house is clean, although I left a mess from breakfast this morning, but that's quick. I can clean that real quick. But I did everything. I don't need to clean anymore. I don't want to clean. I'm so done with cleaning. Check TikTok. I've got TikTok open. Or do you mean like my videos? No, I don't want to check TikTok. There's so many toxic people out there and all they want to do is argue. I had a guy, I made a video recently, I don't know if you didn't see it, talking about the guy who leaked Starfield and how he got arrested. And so I made a video about it. Literally just saying that. The guy leaked Starfield, was really dumb, got arrested. And somebody commented that it must be something deeper than that it's obviously Microsoft trying to ruin his reputation and come after him for having leaked Starfield. And I was like, well, if they arrested him for the leak, I would understand. And I'd be like, yeah, it's Microsoft trying to do that. I'm like, but he stole the game a month ahead of time and tried to sell it. Like that's a bit more serious than a leak. Then his response was, yeah, whatever. I would believe that he's arrested for the leak before I'd ever believe that he was actually stealing the game and trying to sell it. And so I tagged him in a video where like it shows the guy showing off that he stole everything. So it's like you're such a console fanboy that you're finding any reason to hate Microsoft when there are plenty of reasons to hate these companies, but you're like making up a whole conspiracy theory in your head and you're attacking me for not believing your made up conspiracy. Like it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. It's so frustrating. Yeah, the dude was a moron. Oh, Ty, don't worry. I'm not even thinking about like setting it up for how it's finally gonna look. I just want to give you a bit of an idea of like physically where you want the lights in relation to you and to the camera to give you a bit of a nice look. And then good luck figuring out where you're gonna put everything. This friggin' took me a whole day and a half to do. All of this was such a nightmare to set up. Yeah, it's illegal to distribute games unofficially and to steal the game. Like he stole copies of it. Like it's not like he had copies because he works for Microsoft and then he was trying to sell them behind their back. He stole them. Like it's much deeper than just like he leaked some footage and he's getting arrested for it. Like he stole a game that isn't even released yet and then tried to sell it. It's nuts. Where's the price point for that? You'll have to fly me out there, Seven. You'll have to fly me out there and then cook for me. You do Southern cooking. Southern cooking is amazing. Yeah, or like the other one that I had. And now this one, at first, I felt kind of bad having a snarky remark when I made my follow-up video to this person. But then they like doubled down and tripled down and quadrupled down. So now I don't feel bad anymore. They were mad about the Baldur's Gate video that I made. Basically saying, how could anybody consider it a good game if it barely runs on any PCs and it's overheating PS5s? And so I made a follow-up on my ROG Ally, which is a handheld, running the game just fine. And then somebody else made a comment, and I didn't even think about this part. Somebody else made a comment, and they're like, it's not out on PS5. How's it overheating PS5s? And then, so that's when she started to double down, and her response was, I don't know, my friends just told me. And then so that same person responded back to her, so you didn't even do an ounce of research to realize the game's not even out yet, so they're lying to you? And her response, I don't need to do research, my friends told me so. And now that's what she's been arguing with everybody, is that her friends told her and she doesn't need to look it up. But her whole point of hating the game was because of a lie, and that she's perpetuating the lie so other people will hate the game. Like, it's toxic fandoms are so toxic. So I try not to watch my alerts now, because it drives you crazy to see how dumb some people are in defense of $1 billion company that doesn't care about them, you know? Did you like that one? Did you like that one? That guy was so angry about it, and I was just like, what do you mean it's urban legend? Like, okay, I would be on board with him if he would have said, you know, it's kind of a stretch that they were mad. It was more like they were like, you know, trying to correct the situation. Okay, I still think they were a bit mad and getting really defensive, although they weren't really like angry, screw gamers. It was more like, guys, don't expect this much, because like that's a lot. Don't be stupid. But it was like a hidden way of like being angry at gamers. But like when that guy was acting like nobody's ever said anything negative about Baldur's Gate, I was like, do you think that a bunch of news outlets just made that up? Dude, the tweets are out there, although a lot of them deleted. It was really hard for me to find a lot of these screenshots. I actually had to go to videos that were covering it with the screenshots to take those screenshots so I could use them, because a lot of the tweets are deleted now because the devs know they screwed up. But it was just like, dude, it's not just one dev that said it. It's multiple devs. Multiple devs. So crazy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, I had one guy comment along the lines of like, it's not actually the CEOs, it's the investors. But it's the CEOs making the decisions. It's the investors going, hey, we won't invest unless you do this. But it's him going, okay, guys, we're doing this. It's like with my stream. I'll have people that'll come in and be like, I'm not going to watch unless you play this game. Yeah, he's trying to strong arm me, but it's up to me whether or not I play the game. So it's up to the CEO whether or not they put those rules down. Hello, yours truly. How you doing? Oh, Delilah. Somebody was saying that Baldur's Gate like is not running on most computers and overheating PS5s, and it's just a complete lie, complete fabrication. It is glitchy. I can't deny that. It's definitely it definitely is a glitchy mess. It's also you know, a really, really, really big RPG, so it's not exactly a tiny game that is going to run smoothly, but it still runs better than most giant RPGs. But yeah, this person was trying to say that it just doesn't run on anything, that it's so broken it doesn't run. Is it... FromSoft makes a mech game, but I don't know if it was Armored Core. Was it Armored Core? It might actually be the Elden Ring people that did it. I can't remember. Yeah, it is. Armored Core is actually made by the Elden Ring people. So the connection is there, but it's still really stupid because they're two totally different genres of games. That's like saying you're mad at Capcom when Mega Man doesn't play like Street Fighter. Capcom made both of them. Both very different types of games. Some gamers just really don't they call themselves gamers because they're fanatics of one game, and then they hate everybody else for not being fanatics of it, but they're not really in the know. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of that weird thing. It's kind of like when I talk about graphics. A lot of Gen Z and younger gamers will, like the younger Gen Z, not the older ones, but the younger Gen Z will argue that it doesn't have good graphics if it doesn't run at like 120 frames. But like, there's a lot more to graphics than just the frame rate. Like there's SSAO, there's the AA, there's the texture resolution, there's the view distance, there's ray tracing. Like there's a lot of different settings that involve graphics versus just like frame rate and resolution. But they call themselves hardcore gamers, yet they don't even know like that basic factor. And then they get so angry about it. So it's kind of the same thing with these people. It's weird. It's weird. I know. Why can't they make it like Resident Evil? Where are the zombies in Mega Man? Oh. Totally, Seven. It just makes me laugh because they're always the ones that are attacking other gamers. Okay. We've been chatting for almost an hour. I think we're good to start playing. But yeah, it's just funny how like toxically aggressive they get about stuff. Yet they like don't know the basics. It's weird. We live in a weird world. The gaming sphere has gone through this really weird change lately. Come on, game. Load up. Load up. Why aren't you loading up? There it is. Oh, it's not. Wait, it should be. It should be. Why isn't it showing? Why isn't it showing on this screen? Oh, did it maybe... No, it should be fine. Did it maybe do this? Maybe it did... this? There it is. There's a weird glitch I'm getting. You just saw it there. For some reason, my capture card is working, but it just won't show the image until I switch to the second version of the capture card. I was just on the second version. I had to switch back to the first one for it to start working. Weird. Weird. There. Yeah, no, I was on the gameplay window. I was just trying to get the gameplay going. Yeah, and that's a preference, right? It's kind of like me. I like to play the games on more difficult settings. I like to play them on normal and then go back and play them on hard or whatever the next difficulty is, because I like the challenge. But I also grew up in the 90s, in the early 90s, the late 80s, where you had no difficulty options. It was just hard. So I like the challenge. I like feeling like I accomplished something. That's why I like games like Dark Souls. But it doesn't take away from my experience if there's an easy mode. The only time I have a problem with it, where it does bother me, is games like what Nintendo's been doing, where they implement easy mode. It still lets you choose to do it, but it starts to like annoy you with it. So if you're stuck on a level, well, first of all, they've made their games overall just easier, which I'm not a fan of. I think it should be that they give you the option to make it easier, but leave it difficult. But they've overall made the games easier, but then they also give you that whole thing, like if you die 3 times, all of a sudden it's like, oh, here's this superpower that's going to be way overpowered so you can beat the level easy. Why don't you allow me to just like not have that available? Or the constant reminder of like, you die and then you come back to the level and then instantly it pauses. It's like, do you want to lower the difficulty? Why are you asking me? Let me struggle. That's the only part that I hate, is when it's starting to encroach on my own gameplay. But outside of that, if there's an easy mode, if you want to change the settings, like we were playing 7 Days to Die for a little while, and Weewin plays, and she has certain settings turned down to make it a little bit less stressful, but that doesn't affect me. And if I want to turn them up, I can. If I want to turn them down, I can. So I don't mind easy difficulty. I think it's really stupid when gamers come after other gamers as if like there's something to be proven by you played the game on a harder difficulty than me. You know, or it's kind of the whole thing of like you played at 120 hertz versus 144 hertz. Honestly, it might give you a little bit of a quicker reaction time, but it's not gonna make a much bigger experience difference. Or like you're playing Final Fantasy and it's only playing at 30 frames versus 60 frames. It's Final Fantasy. 60 frames isn't gonna help you at all. It might make it look smoother, but it's not actually gonna help you in any way. But there's like this elitism within gaming. It's really messed up. It's really, really messed up. As long as you're enjoying your game, who cares? Right? Who cares? All right, Nikki, have yourself a good night. No worries. I know, and I'm also starting really late, so it's late where you are. Have a good sleep. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Yeah, a lot of Gen Z barely cares about graphics. It's a whole generation idea. But the reason my generation tends to be a lot more interested in graphics is, one, we grew up in a very different time, technology-wise. There's this whole thing. There's this conversation being had with millennials, where we are really confused because boomers are bad at technology, and they've always been bad at technology, and that's kind of been like the ongoing joke is older people don't know how to use anything. But Gen Z is also really bad at technology. And millennials are like, how do you not understand how computers work? How do you not understand how, like, to access files and stuff on your phone? Like, Gen Z is just as bad as boomers are. Not every Gen Z, obviously, but the vast majority of Gen Z is really bad at technology, just like boomers are. And at first, when we were younger, it was the idea of, well, you guys are young and growing up with the technology, so you guys know how to use it. But then Gen Z grew up with even more technology, and they're more inept at using it than we are. But it has to do with, as we grew up, we were learning to adapt to all the changes in technology because it was advancing so much. Whereas you were born into a generation where the technology was pretty much established. And so you just kind of haven't had to worry about how to access files and stuff because that's not important to your day-to-day life. Whereas it was for us, if we wanted to do anything, we had to learn how Windows worked to get it to happen. And so it's kind of the same with gaming, where you guys grew up in a time when graphics were already pretty high up there. And so, like, from the PS3 or 360 forward, even the PS2, I would even say PS2, Xbox forward, graphics have changed, but it's not a dramatic change. So you all don't appreciate what graphics actually can do. And so, like, if you look at a PS2 game and compare it to a PS3 game, there is a marked difference, but it's like the resolution's a bit higher. The lighting might be a bit better. The roundness of the character is a little bit rounder. But if you look at a PS1 to PS2 game, it's a huge leap forward. If you look at a Super Nintendo game to an N64, it's a huge leap forward. So we grew up at a time when graphics were like changing dramatically between generations, whereas you've grown up in a time when graphics were only slightly changing between generations. And so even now, the 360 to the One to the series, it's honestly not that big of a difference. You can play a 360 game and it still looks really good today. Whereas, like, if you play an N64 game, the nostalgia is what keeps it going, but it's pretty ugly and janky. So that's made you guys care about different parts of gameplay, because the graphics are just kind of established for you. You don't see the differences, whereas we grew up seeing those differences, so we notice when graphics are lacking in certain areas that Gen Z doesn't. And it's just a generational experience difference, right? Exactly, and that's a big part of it, Chadley. That's exactly it. Is we grew up when things were not user-friendly, and they were not made to be user-friendly. They were made more for, like, the enthusiasts. Whereas, like, now, everything has become very user-friendly because the whole world needs to use it. When we were using it, it was very much a one day this will be very important. But now we're in a world where everything relies on devices and computers and technology, all that kind of stuff. And so they've had to make them... I'm not calling people idiots, but I'm saying, like, they had to basically make them idiot proof, because everybody's going to be using them, and not everybody's going to have had all that training to learn how to, like, use, you know, the command prompt, or like DOS when we were kids, to use DOS and stuff. So they've had to make it easier and easier. So now you can access a lot of the same stuff on Windows, but it's a lot easier. And the deeper stuff that we used to access isn't really necessary anymore because now the apps just kind of do everything you need. And it's the same with like iPads and Android and stuff. You can get really in depth with them, but you don't have to. It's we were just talking about this on Saturday on my stream. I've got the ROG Ally, which is like the competitor to the Steam Deck, and the Steam Deck is very much like a console. You turn it on and you can just play. The ROG Ally runs Windows 11. So it's a lot more of a tinkering toy. You have to like dive into the settings and change things and do updates and all this stuff. That's kind of the difference, is the Steam Deck is that ease of use, user-friendly situation. The ROG Ally is very much the tinkerer. You're going to go in deep. It's still really janky. It still needs a lot of process just to get one thing done. And Gen Z has grown up in that user-friendly era where we grew up in the tougher era. So we're more attuned to those settings. But in reverse, you guys do notice a much bigger difference in frame rates and resolution because you don't worry about the other settings, you worry about those. Whereas we always had really low resolution, so resolution to us isn't as important. I'd like to see you use dot matrix. Exactly. I want you to wait 35 minutes for a page to print. Remember those printers? All right, Ty, have a good night. Thanks for being here, man. Hope your studying goes okay. Hello, we win. Yeah, we've been live for like an hour. I got up extra early and everything. I've only slept like 3.5 hours. But I thought you might have been asleep, so. Haven't even started yet. We're about to. I've been talking the whole time. But yeah, it's, I think that just has kind of dictated how we focus on different things between the generations. You know, it's just that disconnect in what words mean. Because the amount of times, like even on the Baldur's Gate video, I've said that it's got like really beautiful graphics, and the amount of people that have come in and said it doesn't look that great. But if you compare it to like every other CRPG that's out there, it is head and shoulders above the rest graphically. So like you could tell the people saying that literally do not know what they're talking about, because they want to see 120 hertz with like 4K resolution. They don't actually notice like the little details within the game. You might try 3D. I've always wanted to try 3D printing. It's okay, we win. It's okay. I thought you were asleep. That's why I didn't even bother saying anything. Like, didn't message you or anything. I want to try 3D printing. They're expensive though. I want to try. Oh man, if I had a 3D printer, do you know how many like little figurines I'd be printing all the time? I would have so much junk because I would just be printing 3D figurines everywhere all the time. But you never have the time to print. That's another tinkerer's toy. That's one that I hear you have to really dedicate some time to, because it's super finicky. It can sometimes like work out really well, and sometimes it just falls apart mid-print. Yeah, but I've always wanted to try it. Uh-oh. Okay. Whew. Okay. I've never tried printing. I want to though. I've gotten some stuff that's 3D printed. I bought a little like VR stand for my Quest. It didn't work because of the headset that I use, like the strap that I use. It throws off the balance, so I can't use the little 3D printed thing. But it's like the letters VR, and then it's got like the V at the bottom of it has the little nose cone, so you could like hang the headset, and the R had two little arms, so you could hang the controllers. And that was 3D printed. Sorry, I'm trying not to like burp on camera. And that was 3D printed. That was so cool. I was also, when I was in college, they had a 3D printer there that you could use. You'd have to pay for the filament. But somebody had printed a little Mario figurine, and it was there for like 4 days. And I was so tempted to take it because I was like, obviously the person who printed it either didn't want it, like they printed it to test something out and then they left it, or it didn't come out right and they left it, or they just forgot about it. And I really, really wanted to grab it, but then I felt guilty, and so I didn't. But that made me really want a 3D printer because I want to print stuff like that. Like I want to print like little Mario figurines or like a Dark Souls bonfire. I would love to like print a decent sized Dark Souls bonfire. Oh, it would be amazing. Yeah, and that's what I feel would happen, especially with the way I do things. That I would be obsessed for like a month or two, and then I would just be like, okay, no thanks, like, I'm good, no more 3D stuff. But then I convince myself with the idea of, well, but if I ever need to print certain things out, I could just do it. You know what I mean? But they're not cheap, especially in Canada. They're not cheap. So, one day I'll probably buy one because I'm not going to deny I'm kind of dumb when it comes to buying technology stuff. And I've always wanted a 3D printer. So like, why not? That's like, I was just recently looking. What was I looking at? I was looking at something. Oh, the really popular lens that all the streamers use. Dang it, I can't remember what it's called. The Sigma 16 millimeter f1.4 lens. I think that's what it is. It's a super popular streaming lens. It's got the beautiful blurry background, so I wouldn't have to use NVIDIA broadcast at all. I was looking at that, but it's like $600. I almost pulled the trigger. I was like, you know what? I got space on my credit card. I can do it. But then I was like, no, I don't need it. I've got this one. It's got great viewing angles, and with NVIDIA broadcast, it looks pretty similar. That's nice, Venom. That's nice. But yeah, I'm such a sucker for technology. Such a sucker for technology. Okay. How about I hide? What is that is in the way? Is it this? Hide that. Sorry, just my audio channels is. Oh, okay, the game does have volume. I was looking on TikTok to see if it had volume. My audio channels were just far away enough that my gameplay audio was on screen, but then I couldn't see my voice. And then if I showed my voice, I couldn't see the gameplay. So I just wasn't sure if the game was actually picking up. Did I seriously go to sleep and turn it into nighttime? Oh, man. Nighttime is the scariest time to be asleep in this game. I mean, to be awake in this game. Okay, I think we need to explore that cave. Oh, you. I want to eat you. I need meat, so come here, lizard. Dang it, you're hard to see, dude. You're hard to see. You just kind of like blend in. Come here. Come here, lizard, lizard, lizard. Ugh. Dang it. Ugh. Dang it. I panic and I move the mouse right before I go to strike. Boom. Okay. Skin, lizard skin. Wear it. Yes, more protection, lots of protection. Do I have water in here? Okay, so there's water in there. Let's take this meat. It's dried, right? Yeah, okay. Is there anything I can eat that isn't the meat so I can... go down in the cave full. We explored the cave a little bit on Saturday, and we defeated the weird mutant thing down there, but then we left because it was like the end of the stream. So I think we're good to go down there. So let's head down there and see what else we can find. We gotta investigate this cave. Oh, glitching. Okay. Oh, it's so dark on screen. It's so hard to see. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Which one does more? Oh, this does way more damage. Yeah. No, that's the data. It's this way. Okay, so we're exploring this cave. We destroyed the mutant, which I think the mutant probably despawned by now. But I have no idea where we're going, and it's so dark. There's that guy, though. Is it just one, or is it multiple? Is the mutant in there? No, it's just the one. We're gonna sneak up. Real quiet like. And we're gonna poke him in the butt. Poke him in the butt. Okay. I'm hearing noises, though. It's really scary. I think that's why I left last time, because I heard those noises and I was panicked. I think that's what happened. Oh, yeah. We came here and I was like, I'm not going any deeper. I'm not ready to go deeper. I am now, though. Let's do it. Oh, God. I'm hearing noises. Is there a... Is there a mutant down here? There might be a mutant down here. I might regret this. I might regret this. Only if it's dirty, we win. Only if it's dirty. Oh, God. I'm a little bit tense. It doesn't help that my eyes are burning right now. And like my eyes are burning and this light is really bright and the screen isn't. So like the contrast is messing with my vision. The BM does go pretty deep. I don't think I want to go deep enough to see the BM. Look at these guys. They're everywhere. If I attack one, they're all going to come after me. Oh, did he see me? Come on, Chuckles. Let's do this. Come on, Chuckles. Let's go. so nervous. I can't even come up with a smart response to that. That was such a good comment. Now I got nothing to say after that. Oh man. I don't know. How are you, Arctic? This reminds me of when dogs get zoomies. That's what it reminds me of. It's a dog with zoomies. Boom. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's these little mutant things. Oh god, these things are so creepy. Look at them. Look at them. I'm killing them because I remember I ran into, like, I found a random one on the overworld in my last, like, my own playthrough in VR, and they attack you, so I feel like if I see so if I don't attack them, I feel like they're gonna kill me. Okay, there's another one. I don't want to pet it. Look at its shape. It's very phallic in shape. I don't like that. It makes me very uncomfortable. It didn't even take me out to dinner yet. Okay, let's eat real quick, because obviously we've... I'm gonna smack you with my dry meat. Oh, thirsty, dang it. There. Sometimes I'm smart. That was a... Whoa, 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 dude, where'd you come from? Don't have zoomies. Calm down. Calm down. We'll go for a walk. We'll go for a walk. Stop with the zoomies. Stop with the zoomies. The zoomies are actually really, really, like, unnerving in this game. Are you dead? Are you? Okay. When they get the zoomies, it's really, really uncomfortable. I'm gonna get lost. I'm so gonna get lost down here, and I'm already out of food. Do I even have, like... Oh, I have a couple of snacks. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. I don't think any of us have the money to drive anywhere right now. Freaking gas prices are so dumb right now. Lots of sticks. Oh, what is this? What? Can't even open it? So I don't got money anymore. Yeah. Yeah, going on a trip will do that. I hope you had a good time, though. Dude, I want to see what it is. Why would the lighter go off right now? Oh, the sibling's missing. And these, like, cannibals kidnapped a bunch of kids. Honestly, this game is really messed up. Oh, I've never had fresh honey. I want to so bad. I had a friend who was a police sergeant, and when he retired, he started his own little farm. And he started to do bees in particular. And now him and I haven't really seen each other in like 6-7 years, so I don't know how his farm has gone. The last time I hung out with him, it was when he was like a year into his bee farming. And so he was still learning. He had a bunch of bees die and stuff. And so he would make fresh honey, but I never got to taste it. Man, I would love to have some fresh honey. There it is. Yes, the thing that everybody was talking about. We found it. What? No way. Awesome. Oh, that is sick. That's sick, yo. That's sick. Oh, man. That sounds so delicious, honestly. I love honey. Now, the lady said it was fresh honey, so I don't know. But she was, like, on the side of the road, so she could be lying for all I know. But we bought some creamed honey, which is just, like, whipped honey. Oh, that stuff was so good. It was really expensive, though. Because I live, like, right at the edge of my city, and it's all farmland, so there are places that do honey and stuff. I never leave my house, so I never see stuff like that. But, oh, fresh honey. Yeah, you can do it with your own honey, too. Like, if you're able to, like, find something to be able to whip the honey with, I don't know if a hand mixer would work, or if you have to have, like, a specific type of, like what you would use for baking, to, like, whip icing or whatever. But if you whip it for long enough, it gets very thick, and it looks almost like butter, but, like, more of a golden brown color. But it turns into a very thick texture. And then as soon as you spread it, it, like, thins out again and turns it back into regular honey. But it tastes different. It's really yummy. I love creamed honey. Yeah, just look up creamed honey and you'll see how people whip it, and it just changes the flavor just enough, you know? Oh, it's way too dark in here. I need a light. It's so dark. Okay. Oh, no. Get up. I can't see. How do I get out of here? Oh, there it is. I have to come up. I might have to find some kind of light. I'm guessing there's a... I'm guessing there's going to be some kind of light that I can get, maybe? Hey, look, I'm shivering. Oh, that's cool. He shivers. Okay, to-do list. Find a way to climb rock walls. Find a way into the sinkhole. So that's how I'm going to get into the sinkhole, by climbing rock walls. So I'm going to need some kind of, like, pickaxe type thing. Climbing axes or whatever they're called. Oh, we're freezing. Oh, no. Oh, no, not good. There was bonfires down here, though, right? Oh, dude, this game is so tense sometimes. It's so surreal, and, like, the weird zombie monster thingies, not zombie, but, like, the monster things that show up, they're so uncomfortable. Where's the bonfire? Where's the bonfire? There it is. Warm up, dude. Warm up. Okay. Do I get paid for being a streamer? No. If people donate, then I can make some money. Or if I get, like, a sponsor, but I've never had a sponsor. And right now my viewership is pretty low, so I don't get a whole lot of donations, except for my sugar mama, Weewin. Sometimes Tara, because Tara likes to watch me scream sometimes. But I don't get a lot of donations, so I don't actually make money by streaming. Okay, so I still have to explore the rest of this cave, but obviously without climbing equipment, that's not an option. I'm wondering if the climbing equipment is within the cave itself, just in a different section, maybe? Oh, we have a chainsaw. I can cut down so many trees with that. It's going to be amazing. Why do you have to eat soup? Arctic. Made you laugh, Weewin? Yeah. That being said, Michael Jackson, I did make money for a little while. When I was streaming a lot and my TikTok was blowing up and I was, you know, working really, really hard on the channel, I was making some money. I wasn't getting rich. I wasn't, you know, able to quit my job or anything like that. But I went from maybe making $50 a month to I was making over $1,000 a month streaming for a little while there. So it was pretty good at that time. But right now, I'm maybe getting a stream payout like once every 3 or 4 months, and it's like $25. It's not very much at all. It's not a very good payout. Oh, nice. Did it come out good, Weewin? Oh, Michael Jackson, if I got paid for doing this on a regular basis, that would be amazing. I wouldn't even care about being a millionaire. It would just be really nice to have a job that I can, like, make decent money at as a streamer. Maybe one day I'll get there, you know? Right now, I'm just starting to push the channel. So what I can say is, you know, things might change in the near future. I am now streaming an extra day compared to how I was before. Actually, 2 days compared to how I was even just like a month ago. And my streams are now 4 hours instead of just 1 or 2. So it may pick up. It may not. People might absolutely hate what I'm doing. Right now, I'm also playing a game that is not popular whatsoever. Like, when I last looked it up, I've got 4 people watching me on Twitch right now. But when I looked it up a second ago, like right when I was going to start the stream, let me look it up right now. Like right when I was going to start the stream. Shut up, me. The Forest. There are 100 people watching The Forest right now. All of Twitch. Only 100 people. So it's not a very popular game that I'm playing. Obviously, if I wanted more growth, I would have to play something a bit more popular. Ooh, what would Sons of the Forest be at? Sons of the Forest are at 200 viewers. See, it's not very much. Green Hell? What's that at? Green Hell's got 100. How about Green Hell VR? Green Hell VR has 4. Oh, man. 7 Days to Die. What's that at right now? Maybe we'll go back to that. Bring Miguel back to do this. Yeah, 7 Days has 3,000 people watching. Hello, SpecSpot. I'm just looking at all the different games that I have been playing and how many people are actually watching them. Yeah, I've got 4 people out of the 100 that are watching. You know what? That's not bad. 4% of the viewership of The Forest is just with me. So now it's 7%. Yes, we are taking over The Forest, everybody. Taking over The Forest. Yeah, like, and don't get me wrong. For those who are like just starting streaming or considering starting streaming, game choice is not the most important thing. It's just one of the factors you have to consider. And I am playing a game that is not popular, so I have to also consider that if it's not popular, nobody's watching. Did you just see me tilt my head to try to look around that piece of wood? If it's not a popular game, then it's not gonna get a lot of views, right? That's just the way it is. But I'm also not going to play games just because they're popular. I'm going to play games because I like them. One of your friends is playing 7 Days to Die Live? Yeah. That's the thing. I've chosen to do survival games, and survival games are not exactly super popular. But they work better on my channel, you know? I am a much more... People have said it, so I'm going to start saying it. I'm much more of a channel that's like a podcast. And survival games, like right now, we've been just wandering this cave, and nothing has been going on to distract me from hanging out and chatting with you guys. And so I'm not getting confused. I mean, I'm just kind of wandering around. Whereas, like, if I play Baldur's Gate, if I'm not paying attention to the storyline, like actually fully paying attention, not just like sitting silently and letting it play in the background, I get very confused as to what I'm supposed to be doing, and I don't... Oh my god. And I don't actually know why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. But here, there's no story being said, so all I know is, hey, I have to check out the hanging cave. Hey, I have to find a way to climb walls. So it makes it a lot more feasible for me to be able to play this. Oh, there's the sinkhole. The dynamite. It makes it a lot more feasible for me to play this with my style of streaming. And I can enjoy myself and not worry about getting completely confused and not knowing what's actually happening. Because one of the issues that I struggle with outside of being confused is... Whoa! Whoa! Okay. One of the things... Oh, and this is the rock face that I would climb down, maybe? One of the things that I get really confused with is the fact that if, like, I play the game on stream, we advance on stream, and then I get to the end of the game, and, find a way to the sinkhole, find a way to climb rocks, explore... Yeah, there's nothing else I can really do. Once I go back and like try to remember what it was that I experienced with the game, I actually don't know. Like, I have no idea what happened in the story. I have no idea what happened, you know, for me to do the things that I did. I just kind of did them. And so I don't get to appreciate the game, but I pay enough attention that if I go back and play it on my own, I kind of expect the things that are going to happen, so it's not as exciting for me. So I have a hard time going back and playing it. So, like, those games, although I do play them, it's very hard for me to fully appreciate them. You know what I mean? Miguel has nothing on you. You fight those chickens in dark tunnels. Miguel has to fight them out in the open, where he can run away. I mean, where he can strategically avoid the chickens. Not run away, because Miguel never runs. But yeah, whereas something like this, even though it doesn't have the viewership, because the viewership is far lower, I am able to play the game and not have to worry about, like, you know, am I paying attention to what's happening? Are people, you know, upset with me because I'm wandering around for the last 20 minutes and it told me exactly what to do and I just missed it because I'm dumb? You still aren't done? Where are you guys digging to? Like, do you have a reason for digging? Are you just kind of digging, looking for resources? Or are you digging in order to, like, get to a place or build something in there? What's the plan? I wanted to look at the bats and the light turned off. That was really freaky. Bats. Don't give me rabies. But yeah, I'm still playing with what I want to do with the channel, really. Like, right now I'm doing this because, one, I'm tired all the time. And so I don't want to have to think about what I'm doing. Two, I'm trying to see if I focus my channel and I play very, very specific content, if that will have some kind of effect on my growth, you know, because being a variety channel, it's great because I can keep myself entertained by playing different things, but it's a real drawback because my viewership dips based on just the game selection of the day. Because I'll play a game and I'll have 30 people watching me. Not anymore, but like I'll play a game and I'll have 15 people watching me. Then I'll play a game and I'll have 3 people watching me. And it's just because I switched the game. And so the people never get to know me because they're not around long enough because I don't play the game enough time. So I'm trying to kind of focus things down a little bit and maybe, just maybe, we can get some viewership. Obviously, playing this is not exactly the most conducive to... Uh-oh. Oh, bats. Frickin' bats, man. I got freaked out because I thought I was going to pop out right where there's a village, but there's not a village directly in front of me. Nothing. Okay, where's my home? It's over there. What did I write down? Oh. The dead cave and the hanging cave. Those are 2 totally different caves. Can I make a marker? I think I have a thing to make a marker, right? I think it's this. No. How do I make a marker? I know there's a way to do it. Hello, Turtsa, how you doing? He wants to build a new base on a different place, and I said, okay. We don't have a road, so maybe we make one. Or we could just make a tunnel. 4 kilometers long. Oh my god. Are you regretting making that suggestion? Are you regretting it, Weewin? I would be. Okay. I guess we'll just go with red for dead. Red for dead. Red for Dead Redemption. Okay, so now I've got a marker for the dead cave. At least. We regret ever starting it. I don't blame you. Oh my gosh. You guys have patience. It's been a few days now. I've never done anything like that. Well, no, I kind of have in Minecraft. You all haven't seen it. I am going to have to restart a whole new world because, well, I do have it saved on my hard drive, wherever I put the hard drive, the old hard drive, because I replaced both hard drives on both computers. But I would have to start a whole new world if I play Minecraft again, which Minecraft kind of falls into this territory. Oh, wow, it's really close. Minecraft kind of falls into the realm of these games because it is a survival game, right? It's a very basic one, but it is a survival game. But the only time I've ever had to do something like that is in Minecraft. If you don't play Minecraft, one of the things that's kind of a weird thing in Minecraft is there's the main map of like the regular world, and the distances are measured by blocks. In the Nether, which is like the hell type level, each 1 block you walk in the Nether is the same as I think it's 4 blocks in the overworld. Hey, Turtsa, 7 months. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that, Turtsa.
For old time's sake, less than 3.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Turtsa. That's really kind of you. That is super kind of you. Thank you. Honestly. Anyways, I think it's 4 blocks in the Nether. For every 1 block in the Nether that you walk, you are actually traveling 4 blocks in the overworld. And so if you calculate, you can build portals to get to like really far distances on the map through the Nether. So what a lot of people will do is they'll have multiple portals based on like what they're looking for. So they'll have like a portal that leads to like an ice world and a portal that leads to like a jungle. So that way they can get all the resources they need. The worst is when you have to build a tunnel connecting these, because sometimes the portals are like 1,000 blocks apart in the Nether, so you can go 4,000 blocks in the overworld. And building a little like Nether highway, you have to put, basically the way the highway works is you put glass panes on both sides and ice in the middle, and then when you ride a boat, the boat goes really quickly on the ice. But you have to make the hole Like it's usually like 3x3 to like fit everything in. And so you have to walk back and forth those 1,000 blocks multiple times. I have taken like up to 10, 15 hours building a stupid nether highway. It is torture. It is so much work to do. So I've done similar stuff, but like you guys have been going at it for days now. It's still not big enough for the car. Oh my god. That's intense. That is dedication. I mean, I've been playing this game for a few days and I haven't actually done anything. I've just been wandering around the whole time. Although now I have a chainsaw. I wonder, can I like collect trees easier now that I have a chainsaw? So then I can maybe upgrade my fort a little bit? That would be awesome. But THURS, thank you so much for that sub. That really means a lot. Okay. Nope, this one. Wait, what does that thing do? What's this? Tree sap. Oh, it's so I can build things with tree sap. Okay, I don't need that. Climbing rope. Yeah, it really is. It really is, just as long as you want to make it. I actually don't know what I'm doing, so I'm kind of just like wasting time, which is fine by me. Okay, that's kind of funny. The tree getting sawed is it makes the tree chopping sound. Why does it make the tree chopping sound? Hello? I guess I can't see it. I can't see it. I'll be honest. But that's funny. It makes the tree chopping sound. So just go side to side? Okay. It's kind of dark, and I'm scared I'm going to get more cannibals on me, so I think I might wait till it's daytime to do that. I should have been awake long enough now to go to sleep, I hope. I hope. Come here, lizard. We could always use more meat, lizard. Come here. Get tired out. Get tired out. Aw, dang it. You know, that was probably the scariest part for me. I did a lot of like road trips with my dad growing up. And we used to go to Mexico a lot. And we would always stay at these like weird hotels. They would always look really nice, but then they would be like the dirtiest hotels ever. And we stayed at one, and there were those little geckos all over the wall, and they would make a lot of noise in the middle of the night. It was always really scary because you hear the as it like skittered around in the ceiling, but then you would also hear them like they would like make a screechy noise. And you turn on the light, and there's just like this gecko on the wall just staring at you from the side. It's always so uncomfortable, and that lizard moves just like it. Non-King LA, thank you so much for liking the live. I appreciate that. Oh, you have to stop because of the blood boon. Game is so intense, man. It's so intense. Took us 5 or 6 days, in-game days. Yeah, but those days are still pretty long. Those days are still pretty long. You made the days longer, didn't you? Or did you? No, did you make them shorter or longer? I can't remember. I know you changed the day length. I just can't remember what you did. Oh yeah, I wake up thirsty and hungry. Did I drink all my water? I might have drank all the water. Yeah, I did. That's okay. I've got lots in my bag. Look at all this sody pops. Oh, raw lizard. Put it in here. Yeah, so it's pretty long. Like 5 or 6 days at 120 minutes. You're talking like 10 hours, 10 to 12 hours. That's a really, 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 really long time. Okay, let's work on getting some of these trees. I love that it makes a chopping noise. It makes me laugh. Okay. Oh man, this makes my life so much easier. This is awesome. I'm so glad I found this thing. Chertza, don't give me the exact location, but the thing for climbing down walls and stuff. Don't tell me what it is either, if you can avoid it. But the thing that I'm going to be using to like climb rock walls, am I going to be finding that in a cave or is that going to be here in the outside world? Just so I kind of know where I'm going to want to be concentrating my exploration when I get ready to do that. Oh, weird. Did you all notice that my door fixed itself somehow? My door was all smashed to bits the last time that cannibals were around. Into the darkness I go? Okay, perfect. Thank you for letting me know, just so I know where to kind of concentrate my efforts when I get to it. I'm going to make my base a little bit bigger. Now that I've got this chainsaw, I'm also going to work on... I'm going to trigger that stupid bomb, aren't I? I also want to work on... Okay. I also want to work on making a few more, like, storage things for, like, logs and whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. That's all I needed to know, is just if it's outside or not. Because I've wandered around outside a lot and I haven't seen anything, but, you know, I also haven't gone to, like, the cold, snowy area. And there are parts of the forest, like, I've stuck around the edge of the forest, so I haven't really explored deeply. So I just wanted to make sure that I, whoops, kind of knew where I was supposed to be going. What the heck? Whoa! Heads up! I had an audible, Okay, let me build another log holder thing. That is under this, I think. Nope. Maybe this. Haha, there it is. Oh, 16 of them. Whoa, that's way more than I thought. Yeah, it's you know, it's not a huge map, but it's a big enough map that it's very easy to get overwhelmed, whoa, with what is available and what isn't. You know? Speaking of which, I just heard this. I haven't seen any direct actual, like, people actually saying it, but I saw a video of apparently a bunch of the people that are excited for Starfield are now very upset about Starfield. And the reason is one of the big selling points of Starfield is that they said you can land your ship anywhere you want on the map, in like the planets you find. And I guess people are really upset because Bethesda just released some more details about some of the limitations of that. And like one of the limitations is that although you can land wherever you want, you can only walk 45 minutes worth from your ship in any direction. So you get about 90 minutes, 80 to 90 minutes of walking from one end to the other of the map. But gamers are really mad because they wanted to just walk around the entire planet. And so they're mad at Bethesda for having that happen. Or like they wanted you to be able to just like literally control your ship all the way down into landing it. And Bethesda has now said, no, it's going to be an animation from you being in space to you being on the planet. And based on where you can land wherever you want, but based on where you land, the map will create itself. And it's, oh, that scared me. The map will create itself and it's going to be 45 minutes in any direction that you can walk. And apparently gamers are really mad because the world just isn't going to be big enough for them. Okay. Oops. So we got lots of logs. I'm going to make this wall way bigger so I can have more space. Because right now I feel pretty cramped in here. But now that we got a chainsaw, we can get so much wood going. It's going to be great. I also want to plant some stuff because I think if I plant things, I will be able to grow food, maybe. Wow, I filled 2 of those things up. Nice. Okay, so let's fill this rack up, and that should give me quite a bit of wood to work with. Man, my eyes are stinging today. Look at all these dead stumps that I've left behind. I feel like such an evil human being. Just destroying this beautiful forest. I don't blame the cannibals for wanting to take me out. Like, look what I'm doing to their home. No, you can build bigger ones? How? How do you do bigger ones? Tell me, I had no idea I could do that. I would have just been building 1,000,000 log holders. Okay, give me just a second. Give me just a second. Okay, so if I go here, and I go to the log holder, and I go to put it down. And like put it down. Oh wait, this is the rack. This isn't the log holder. I did the log sled. Whoops. Cancel it with the right arrow. Oh wait, right arrow. This. Yeah. I noticed it after. Okay, log holder. Then I put it down. Oh! If I push R, it does it one bigger. Okay. Okay. I hadn't even noticed that. Nice. Okay, that's awesome. Perfect. The only thing that is a frustration for me is that the game, when you tear down stuff, it doesn't allow you to like take the resources. Like if I break my other log holders, I don't get the sticks, and that kind of bums me out. I wish that I could. Dude, I feel like such a jerk. Look at all these logs just lying around here. I'm just like destroying everything. Hey, Preston. How are you, man? How's your day going? I meant to text you back, but I was midstream already. Okay, well, there's nothing I can do with this, so, like, just drop it. How's your day going, man? How was your weekend? That makes me feel bad when you see the birds landing on the dead trees. Like, I feel like such a jerk. It's like they're sitting there going, he ruined our home. Our home is gone. Don't worry, Susan. We'll rebuild. We'll do it again. I don't know why the bird's name is Susan. It just is, all right? Susan just is. You know what I screwed up? I shouldn't have destroyed the trees around my treehouse because I could have built platforms to other trees. I should have done that instead. Then I could have had multiple sections up there to be safe. But I didn't think of it because I'm dumb. Nice. How are you liking it? I haven't tried that yet. I haven't even beaten the first one, so I can't even consider the next one. Oh, nice. Yeah. See, being able to move your buildables, or even if you can't move them, but they just give you resources back for everything you put in. And even if they had like a penalty, like let's say it's 16 sticks for the log holder. So then when you destroy it, it's like, okay, you don't get 16 anymore. You only get 10 because you should have thought better when you built it. But at least you get something back. Here it's like, nope, they're all gone. It's like, but why? But I should have them all. I want them all. I know the first one was really, really good. I played that for quite a few hours. But it was Alana's, so she took it with her. So I don't have God of War at all anymore. Because she was the really big God of War fan, so I bought it for her. So I would have to buy it again, but I'm not going to. At least not now. Yeah, well, the original God of War was PS4, right? And when I bought the PS5, my PS4 Pro wasn't going to get used. And so I could either sell it or I could give it to Alana. And while we were living together, she used it while I used the PS5, and then she used the PS5 after a while because she was playing Horizon. But then she broke my PS5 controller, so she stopped using it and started using the PS4, the PS4 Pro. And so when everything happened and we split up and all that, I wasn't going to be using my PS4 Pro, so I was just like, you can have it. Like, I don't need it. So I just gave it to her, and God of War was hers. But yeah, I just don't own it anymore. Which is fine, because I wasn't, like, super into the game. Mostly because I was playing it on stream, so I wasn't paying attention, back to what I was saying earlier. And since I wasn't paying attention, I didn't know what the heck was going on. I probably would pay more attention now, but I've got enough games on the go. I just started replaying Red Dead Redemption 2. I haven't played that since it launched, and I just started replaying it, so I got a lot of work ahead of me. Yeah, I heard that the upgrades on the PS5 were way prettier. Look at that. I type over here. Hello, Arctic. Hello on that side. So much stuff. But man, that only took me a few minutes to collect these pieces of wood. This is awesome. This chainsaw is the best. I'm so happy about it. Oh, lizard. I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. And God of War is another one of those games that's really, really big, right? So, like, there's a lot to do in that game. I've been slowly working my way through Horizon Zero Dawn. I've had that game. So I bought that game for the PS4 forever ago. I bought it when it first came out because it just looked so beautiful. And I bought it and I played it, but I never like really got into it. I think I probably spent maybe an hour with it, just like the intro section of it. And it was one of those, like, a bunch of games came out at the same time, so I started playing other games, and I just never advanced it. And now that I've got the ROG Ally, I also bought it for PC, because Alana had my PS5, and she was using it with that one, and then the PC version, I found it for, like, $5 one day. And so I bought it for her so she could use it with the PC. And it had all the DLC and stuff because she was looking at buying the DLC and it was still like $20. So I was like, for $5, I can get you the PC version and it has all the DLC included. So let's just do that. And so I bought the PC version. And so with the intention of playing it, and I just never did. Now that I've got the ROG Ally, I've been spending some time playing it. Still haven't beaten it, but I'm slowly working away at it. Yeah, we win. That's the thing, is you can't pick stuff up, so like the stuff that you've already used. So you really, really feel at a disadvantage when you've built something wrong, you know? That's a crunchy lizard. That's crunchy, crunchy lizard. Yeah, I just wish I could, like, destroy things and get all my materials back. Or even, like, part of my materials, like I was saying earlier. Even just like, some of my stuff. If I just got some of my stuff back, I would be happy. Because at least then, I don't feel like I have to hunt for everything from scratch again, which right now I kind of feel that way. Now, how do the log zip, the zip lines work in this game? Because they sound like they would be really complicated to set up. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, we're running out of gas. No, don't run out of gas already. I love the physics when you just randomly see a log just flying through the air. Oh, boy. Oh, cool. So, like, if I were to, like, attach a zip line from that tree to over here, I could just, like, zip line the logs over, and then that way they would get to the area that I want instead of having to push a stupid cart all the time. All right, we win. Yeah, go to bed. It's super, super late. I'm sorry. I was planning to be up earlier, but there was just no way. See you later, we win. Thanks for popping in for a little while. I hope you have a good sleep. You have a good day at work tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, see, there's a bunch of mechanics that I'm just never even going to understand in this game. Just because I'm not going to spend enough time to, like, really dig deep. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to miss out on a bunch of stuff. I know I am. What the hell was that? We haven't seen a cannibal in a little bit. I'm starting to get a little bit worried. So, we've got some progress done. Let's put this down right here, I guess. And attach it to over here. And then we could tear down that wall in between. Whoa, what did I do that for? No, 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 no. Stop doing that. Stop it. Stop it. There. Man, this chainsaw is such a time saver. Holy crap. Like, it took me like an hour to build these walls last time, and now I'm doing it in like 5 minutes flat, although it's nighttime. I should probably go sleep. If I can. I don't know if I can. Yeah. I can set up some basic zip lines in a sec. Probably will in just a bit. Can I sleep yet? Yes. Sleep. I should probably save so I don't have like a catastrophic game crash and lose everything I've done up until now. Okay. And it has yet to rain. Oh, it hasn't sun-dried yet? Dang it. No water either. Oh, man. Okay, let's eat one of these. And we'll drink a little bit of water. Oh, drink it. There we go. Yeah, I tried to make some lamps because it gets so dark at nighttime. Right now, I'm only sleeping through the nighttime because I want to keep building. And I don't want to build during the night because those monsters are so scary. How far can the zip line go? Oh, my back is hurting. Okay, that worked. Chainsaw. You like how excited I was about the chainsaw? It makes life so much easier. Like, I've played so many hours of this game. Come on, tree. I've played so many hours of this game, literally hand cutting every single one of my logs. And it's always been so time consuming, even in VR. In VR, you're still, like, you're able to move faster, but you're still having to swing your arm the whole time. And it's so much work. And now this makes it so much easier. You know? I'm so excited about that. It's amazing. Oops, wrong button. Can't cut this tree for some reason. Dang it. Okay, there. Nope. Oh, got it. I didn't want to cut it this way, but whatever. No, stop. Don't waste my gas. that on. Okay. I'm doing this more just to test it, not because I actually thought this was a good idea to put it right where it is, but I want to test it. I want to see. How do I, like, zip line the logs? Oops. Cool. Okay. Nice time saver. Thank you for that. I wouldn't have even thought that that was an option. So that's good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's get all these wood logs down there. I'm scared the tree's gonna like land on me and kill my character. Okay. Oh, dude, my guy's starving. I need to kill some birds or something. Yeah, like that's something that, whoops, that doesn't actually like ruin anything in the game, but it adds a little bit of extra like smoothness to the process of everything that I'm doing. So yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's huge. That is really huge because it's not something that actually, like I could play the whole game without ever having known that and it wouldn't be a huge deal. But this just makes it a little bit easier for me to go through this process of collecting these woods. Because, holy crap, does it ever take forever. But now I've got a whole bunch of logs down there. And now I can, like, continue building without having to friggin' worry about having to, like, grab that cart thingy and walk over here, then fill it up, then go empty it, then walk back, grab it, fill it up, walk over there. Like, it's so much work. This is just walk up to the zip line and send it over. Like, look at all the wood that I've got. Look at that. Look at that. Like, within a few minutes, I've got this wall built. All thanks to that zip line. Like, that's it. There, boom. Wall done. Boom. Wall is done. Like, that's huge. That is so good. Yeah. And, like, I've never been much of, like, a builder. Like, even Minecraft, my bases are always, like, really, really basic. They're never anything too crazy. Because I don't care enough, right? But here I'm doing it because the cannibals come after you, man. And, like, it's scary. It's, so easy to die. Go away, wood. Hey, why did all that break? Why did that break? I didn't touch that. I was touching over here. Lame. I'm gonna have to do that again. All I was trying to do was just open this up so I could make more space for myself. And I just wrecked half my my base. Oh, man. Come on. sure. Oh. It's funny because when the sound stops in the game, my I guess one of my neighbors is mowing their lawn, so I can still hear the sound. Yeah. Okay, well, we've got something. It's not great, but we got something. All right, Lizard, are you dried out? I think you're dried out. I think you're dried out. Yeah. Dang it, man. What a waste of logs. I just messed up my whole base. Oh! 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 You're in my base now. Go away. You're not supposed to be in my base. You're not supposed to be in my base. What kind of friggin' dude are you? Whoa! I don't think so. You're very different than all the dudes I've dealt with. You're very, very different than all the dudes I've dealt with. That's just cheap club, though. You don't got a good club. You got a crappy club. When you place down a wall blueprint, if you remember correctly, if you go to the next blueprint, every 5 or 6 logs, there's an R prompt to change the wall to a big-ass gate. Oh, I made a little tiny door. Okay. Well, I mean, I can make the gate where I'm going to build the wall right now, so that should be fine. Let's do it. So if I go like this, then bring it to here, right? And then I can like R. What did that do? Is that the gate? No. Is that the gate when it's the R? I'm not like other guys. Exactly. Exactly, Preston. Okay. Cool. Every other dating profile. Every other dating profile. It's like every other dating profile says, I like to travel. Who doesn't like to travel? There's a very big difference between I like to travel and I can afford to travel, because I'm definitely part of that group that can't do that. I like to travel. I can't afford it, so I don't travel. Oh, let's keep collecting some wood. What the heck? There we go. Jump. There we go. Oh, I know. Good. We need water. We need water, so that's fine. Oh, I broke my zip line. Dang it, man. I'm just breaking everything. I'm just destroying my whole area. The more excited I get, the more I get clumsy and destroy everything. There's this guy that's been popping up on my For You page recently, who, I guess there's a New Zealand show where they have to, like, give people challenges, but they're, like, ridiculous challenges. Like, one of them was they had to open up a can of beans. And, everybody thought that they were going to be, like, really smart because it's very particular what they're asking. And so, like, it said, open up a can of beans. So they went and they opened, and they had, like, a table full of, like, 140 cans of beans. And so they opened them, and they're like, ha, opened. And they're like, continue reading, and it says, and then spill the beans, and then they spill it, and then they realize that the cans have tomatoes in them, but they're all labeled exactly the same, so you have to figure out which one is the can of beans versus the can of tomatoes. And there's this guy that tries to like do it super fast, but in his process of trying to do it super fast, he does everything wrong. And so like it's just funny watching him fail constantly. That's what I feel like right now. That's exactly what I feel like right now. That I'm trying to like get super creative and build this giant wall, and I'm all excited. I got the chainsaw and I just keep destroying my own base in the process. You feel my pain. It sucks, man. So many resources. Like that was 10 logs that I lost. Oh well. That's okay. It's okay. We'll do it the slow way for now. I'm not going to build another zip line because there's no trees there anyway. I thought it broke. I thought it broke. I had a moment there where I thought the wall broke. There. Boom. Yes. Yes. I got this door, but they've gotten through this door, so maybe I'll just put up something here, like a barrier or something. Oh, I'm so dumb. I just caught myself in my own trap. I literally just caught myself in my own trap. I think I'm using film, maybe? I don't know. I changed it once. I don't know if I actually left it changed. I changed it like a way back. Way back. Color grading, original. No, just original. Just original. It might be, you know what? Might be Blockbuster Warm. Maybe that's the one that everybody said to use and I didn't, that I had originally. Yeah, Blockbuster. Let's do that. Oh, it looks way colder. Oh, that looks scary. That looks cold and, like, unwelcoming. Oh, God. I feel scared now. Alright, so we've got a huge wall. I'm gonna have to get used to remembering where the entrance is to this huge wall. Wait, where is it? Is it here? There it is. Okay. Oh, okay. It's kind of hard to see it. Cool. This is great. Did we actually get water, though? Yay, we got some water. Look at that, water. I got no food. Oh, crap. I got to get some food. I wasn't paying attention. This is regular Blockbuster, so there's Blockbuster Warm as well. Oh, okay. I thought one was Warm and one was Blockbuster. Blockbuster Warm. Oh, there we go. Ooh, that looks very movie-like. And then the saturation is so high. I love it. I personally like high saturation. There was, I've got a TV. I've got one of those Samsung OLEDs. And I was watching a bunch of reviews about, like, whether the TV is good and what settings to use and how to calibrate it and whatever. And almost everybody's calibration, they're, like, super unsaturated or desaturated. And I'm just like, no, man, I like the high saturation. I like the high saturation. I like to see a bunch of colors. Okay, well, at least we've got, you know, somewhat of a nice base. I do need way more logs, though. But we've got something. Let's go hunting. I need some meat. Hello, Luis. It has been a while. How are you? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing okay. I hope life is treating you okay. Oh, I see fish. Oops. I see fish. Can I, like, dry these fish? Come here. This feels very movie-like. I like this color. Thank you. I'm doing okay. Senior year of high school. That's exciting. I'm Canadian, so we go by like grade 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's the final year, right? Wait, if it's still raining, let me fill up my water satchel thingy. So that way it's full. Okay. I don't think I can... Oh, I can. Nice. Cool. All right. Fish is an option. Fish is an option. I'm going to guess only because this game is not friendly. Like, it doesn't make it just easy for you. I'm going to guess that the fish do not replenish quickly. So I've explored some caves and I got a chainsaw, but we haven't actually done anything with the story. It's just been me exploring, really. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm wasting a lot of time, which I'm okay with because I'm having a lot of fun. But I don't actually know what I'm doing. It's it doesn't hold your hand, so. But right now, I'm trying to just, like, set things up so I can survive. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's too dark. I can't see any fish. It's too dark. You know what? I think I might have to turn off the blockbuster thing, though, because it looks really dark on my tablet. Is it really dark for everybody? I don't know. I have no idea. This is all the way up, right? Yeah, it's all the way up. I don't know if contrast actually makes it lighter or darker. I don't know. Let me go save and then we'll find out how many days I've been alive. Yeah, it doesn't hold your hands. It's supposed to be quite vague, and a big part of the game is just like exploring and surviving. A lot of the reviews that I watched on this game made a comment on how, like, you pretty much forget that you're looking for your son because you spend most of the time just like building stuff and exploring. There are stats. What? How do I see stats? Are they in this? Days survived, 18. 18. But I have been sleeping through the night, so I've skipped a good chunk of it. I don't know. Give me a sec here. Give me a sec here. I'm cold and wet. Yeah, I know I'm cold and wet. I'm always cold and wet. Infected? What? I didn't even know that was a thing. didn't even know that was a thing. Have I gotten the turtle shell to get water? I have. Even better, I have 4 of them. I've got 4. Dude, I wouldn't have known that was even a thing if you hadn't said anything. I gotta go find aloe. Crap. Save. And sleep. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go and like just collect every every plant that I see until I get some aloe. Is it dry yet? I don't think it's dry yet. Nope. Although I can cook it. And your house got destroyed? That happened to me too. That happened to me too. When I first got this game, I got it to play it in VR. And Alana and I survived our first couple of nights, but hearing those cannibals just wander around and attack was so overwhelming, and it was so tense and scary and just like horrible feeling. So now I try to sleep whenever I can because I get too scared. Okay. So I need aloe. What the heck does aloe look like? I mean, I know what it looks like in real life. Right, I don't think I have aloe. What's this? Those are just leaves. What's this? Chicory. Yeah, that's all I've got. I've got no aloe. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, these are all just leaves. I just have to sneeze. I just have to sneeze. Okay, aloe vera looks like regular aloe vera. But where the heck do you find aloe vera? I don't think I've even seen it in this game. Andrew, how's it going, man? How are you? How have you been? Ding dong. Thank you for the GGs. How's life? You built a boat? Oh, and a shark destroyed it? So in my VR file that I did I was playing privately way before I ever even thought about streaming it, I had built a boat as well. And I traveled with it, but I felt it was really, really slow, and it didn't take me anywhere. I just like traveled around the edge of the map. And so I was like, it's not even worth it. So I just never used it again, and I just haven't built one this time around. So this is the original. This is the original. I'm liking it because it works really well with my style of streaming. You know what I mean? Like, I like to chat while I'm gaming, and I don't really invest in, like, the top-of-the-line gameplay. Like, I'm not big into making sure that I play well while I'm streaming, just because I'd rather talk than do well. And so this game is perfect for that because I'm able to just kind of chat and shoot the breeze while I'm playing and not have to worry about what is going on in the game. Because one of the things that I struggle with a lot, I was talking about this just a little bit ago, is I don't pay enough attention to the gameplay. And so things happen in the story and I'm completely confused because I'm not paying attention because I'm too busy doing what I'm doing now, talking. So this works really well for me because I'm literally wasting time the whole time, which is perfect. But like right now, I'm looking for aloe vera. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Like in the game, I mean. I don't know like where I'm supposed to be or what I'm supposed to be keeping an eye out for. But it doesn't really bother me because I'm sitting here chatting with everybody. Do you know what I mean? It's definitely hard because it doesn't hold your hand. It doesn't give you any kind of real guidance. You know, you run into things and he'll write something in his book, and that's about as much help as the game gives you. So I can totally see where it's not really something people can get into very easily. My nose is stuffed up too from talking so much. I don't understand where the aloe vera would be, though. And arid climates around the world. Yeah. Yeah. I'm wondering if this has slightly different biomes. Because, like, this has all been just regular, like, North style, like, North American style forest. But I also know in that direction there's cold mountains. But aloe vera doesn't grow in the cold, right? Like, it's got to be the warm temperatures. But I think I have traveled far enough to get to warm temperatures in this game. Back when I played it in VR, I don't think I've actually seen it in my own run so far. So maybe I just need to find a warmer area. I hadn't even considered that. That's literally what I'm talking about right now, Luis. I haven't actually explored any of the different biomes. I didn't know there were different biomes. I knew there was like a snow area. But I didn't know there were, like, other biomes outside of just the snow and the forest. But I can already see, like, even this is different than what I've been getting. Like, those leaves, I haven't seen them really much, so maybe I'm heading the right way. Let's find out. Oh, my house is so far away, it feels. Yeah, for now, let me explore for a bit. If you're still here when I give up on exploring and decide that I need to check it, then I'll definitely... There's 2 of them! Oh, that is intense. This is where the game holds my attention. It's the fear of, like, running into those mutant things. I don't even know where I saw them. They're gone, and I know they're just gonna appear and kill me. I already missed 2? What? Inuyugi, hello, nice to see you. I already missed 2? I don't even see anything. What? Look at them, look at them, look at them! I'm so scared right now. I am so scared right now, like, terrified. Where'd you go, lizard? Wait, they're bluish? The bad guys, you mean? The bad guys are, yeah, they're all bluish. I don't even want to go near them, because the blue cannibals are harder than the regular cannibals. At least from what I've seen. So I'm assuming the blue mutants are even worse. Spooning in a spoon. More chicory. Lots and lots of chicory. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yo, that sound is so uncomfortable. I don't like that sound. Ouch. I don't like that sound. Like, at all. Oof. My eyes are burning so bad. I'm so gonna have dinner and go right to bed after the stream is done. Okay, aloe is pickable. I get worried about it because I do that, and then that happens. So I'm scared I'm going to try to pick it, and then I'm going to get killed. Do you know what I mean? Spooning with a spoon. Okay. I think I'm far away enough from that mutant that I could come just see what's in this village. In this village. Oh, me too. Me too. I don't have a lot of friends to begin with. And I have a really hard time. Oh, wait, what's this? What's this thing? No, that's not it. That just looks different. I thought it was this, but I guess not. I'm not very social to begin with. But, like, the friends that I do have, most of them don't play games like I play. Actually, most of my theater friends don't like video games at all. It was kind of like, I'm a theater kid, so I'm already kind of like an outcast nerd. But even amongst theater kids, I was an outcast nerd because I played video games and none of my theater friends did. I met a group that eventually I learned they like video games, but like most of my theater friends don't like video games. Warzone and Fortnite, yeah, they like all the dude bro games. Oh wait, I didn't grab the meat. Whoops. Oh, another one. Dang it. Don't run away, dude. Come back. I just want to hug you with my pointy stick. Ooh, marigold. Okay, so picking, if I'm going to pick it, I don't need to hold it. I could just push the button. Spooning with a spoon. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. You know, I'll play first-person shooters on occasion. You know, I don't mind them. There's nothing like, it's not like I hate them, but they're not my cup of tea. They're not what I'm gonna reach for first, right? Like people get super excited when there's a new Call of Duty coming out, and I'm just like, I could care less. At the same time, I'm like, I'll try it if I'm really in the mood. It has to be a good first-person shooter, not just like a repackaged, rehashed game like Call of Duties tend to be. So I just don't really like those games. But like I've been playing, like it's not really a first-person shooter, but it has shooting. Red Dead Redemption recently. I've also been playing my that High Life or High on Life or whatever that game's called, the Rick and Morty style game. I've been playing that the last little while too. I don't mind first-person shooters. I'm not a fan of the competition to begin with. And I'm not a fan of very repetitive gameplay. And first-person shooters tend to mostly rely on competition and repetitive gameplay. So I just kind of stay away from them for the most part. Come here. Dang it. It's because I'm uncultured and boring. That's exactly it, Preston. That's exactly it. I don't realize that only true gamers play Call of Duty, and anybody who plays anything else is not a true gamer. I know. Yeah, because it usually costs a lot of stamina, and I don't want to lose my stamina, so I just walk around. I always get scared that I'm gonna need my stamina at the worst time. Because that happens a lot. Like, I'm scared. Let's say I turn the corner here and all of a sudden there's like a mutant just right there. And then it starts coming after me. I have stamina. I can be like, "Whoa, I'm out of here." But if I was running already and I ran into him, I'd be like, "Oh no, there's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna die and have to take it." Yeah, that's just my mentality. It's kind of the same thing with Elden Ring. I never ride the horse. Now that, or the mount or whatever. That one is more just because I forget that I have it. And I play so much Dark Souls. And that's just not even an option in those games. But in these, it's more just panic that they're going to show up and all of a sudden I'm not going to be able to run away. And all I want to do is run. I also like the fact that I can look at things without having to run by them and miss it. Even though I've obviously missed the aloe already. Still nothing. It's like some of your friends I pretend they know nothing about sports. Oh man. Yeah, sports is definitely something that I'm like completely unable to even converse about. I know the most basic rules of any sport, any popular sport. I know like the most basic rules. That's about as far as I go. I don't know any of the players. I don't know any of the teams really outside of like the really, really popular ones. Bing bong. Nostalgic game sounds. Thank you so much for the cloud bread. I appreciate that. I'm like coming up to every plant and just like mashing on E, hoping that maybe I'll pick it up. All right, Andrew, see you later. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you popping in for a little bit. Have yourself a great day. But yeah, sports are something that I've never had interest in them. Ever. I think the closest I ever got being into sports was when my dad and I used to watch baseball together. And that had to do more with just like wanting to spend time with my dad than actually enjoying the sport. But that was back when like the Blue Jays won the World Series. Like we're talking ages ago. Ugh. All right, Turtsa, what am I looking for? Because I have not seen anything that looks like aloe to me. But yeah, sports just never had any interest. I try and I just can't get into it. I might have to just Google it because I honestly have no idea where I'm supposed to be finding it. Boom. But near the river? Okay. Oh, I can't carry any more meat? I mean, my base is right there. I can go get rid of this meat. Let's go dry this meat. That being said, though, about sports, I'm pretty bad at pretty much everything when it comes to, like, recognizing specific... Or, like, I'm pretty bad with specificity about pretty much any kind of hobby. Because even, like, theater. I don't really go to theater shows. I don't really know many shows. I don't really know a lot of music. Then you look at the fact that I'm a streamer. I don't really watch streamers. I don't really know what's like cutting edge when it comes to like what streamers are doing. Then you look at me being a musician. I don't listen to music. Okay. So look near the river, and it looks like real aloe. Okay, so I'm going to go in here. I'm going to... Oh, crap. Oh, I thought it was one of the mutants. Is that what he's trying to do? Look like a mutant? That's what he's trying to do, isn't he? That's why he's got that thing on the back of his head. Dude, get out of here. Bros, I don't want to fight you, honestly. Whoa. Okay, he's dead. Bros, I don't want to fight you, alright? Come look at the blinking light. The beautiful red blinking light. Do you see it? Do you see it right here? Right there. Right there. Just walk to the red blinking light. It's beautiful. Don't you find it interesting? Look how you're wearing fire on your back. That's ultra fire. What? It didn't... There it is. Boom. 2 of them in one shot. He's wearing CDs on his back or on his chest. Dude's growing up in the 90s, man. That's the same one I have, right? Yeah, that's the same one I have. Dang, dude. It's barely longer than a rock. Okay, so it's pretty small then. And yeah, going back to the whole theater thing, that's a really big reason as to probably why or that's one of the factors as to why I probably didn't get anywhere with my acting, because I'm just so out of the loop, you know? In just about everything I do. I just don't... I enjoy doing the activities. I don't enjoy watching other people do the activities. Now, with acting, it's not so much that I don't enjoy it. It's that the disappointment I feel while I'm watching others perform, knowing that I will never get there, makes me enjoy the whole thing a lot less, because even though I enjoy watching others do it, and I am happy watching them do it, and I'm happy for them, and I can appreciate the whole art and everything of it, it's the inner jealousy that I can't help but feel, that I am not skilled enough or talented enough or sociable enough to get there. And that part I struggle with. I struggle with that a lot. So watching a stream for me is, or a musical or a play or whatever, is pretty rough for me sometimes. F Arena's about sports. Yeah, it's it's kind of tough when your friends are all into something and you just have zero interest in it. You know, when I was growing up, when I was a kid, a lot of my friends played hockey. Hockey's huge in Canada, right? Like it's a ridiculously popular thing here. And I have zero interest in hockey. I never played hockey. I don't care about hockey. And my friends were super into it. And so I was always kind of the outcast when it came to hockey, because I just didn't care, you know? Whereas my friends were super into it. And so they'd go to hockey games. They would go and like play hockey. They would support each other while playing hockey. And for me, it was just kind of like, I don't care. Yeah, it's ridiculously big. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that it would be big there too. Yeah, here it's insanely popular. Like pretty much, you're not a Canadian kid if you didn't grow up playing hockey. And I'm an immigrant, so I didn't grow up playing hockey. Doesn't provide a lot of light, does it? But yeah, hockey is insanely popular here. I've never enjoyed it. You know? A big part of it is also I don't like getting hurt, and sports involve injuries. you know? And I don't like getting hurt, so I don't want to take part in something that's gonna hurt me. Call me a wimp. I don't even care. I just don't want to feel hurt while I'm doing something I enjoy. At least with streaming, the only thing that hurts is my butt. Yeah, that's better. At least I can kind of see. Maybe one more right here. Oh, I don't have a skull? Wait, there should be a skull somewhere. Oh, I guess not. I thought maybe I picked up the one that I burnt earlier. But yeah, hockey is huge here. Like, it's such a big, big sport here. And I've just never, ever been interested in it. In any sport, really, though. I've just never cared. I think the closest I cared about something like basketball, the closest I ever came to caring about that was like Michael Jordan being in Space Jam. That's about as close as I got to that. I blew up these guys, but no bones were left behind. Dang it. Exactly. The wrist tendonitis. Are you serious? That's painful. I got oh, I'm stretching because I'm so tired. I got tendonitis, trigger finger from work actually. Oh, I'm starving. I didn't realize that. From work actually, because of the machine that we use and all that kind of stuff. It got to the point where my hands, like I still can't do it fully. Like if I get to here, I can feel it's about to lock. But now that I'm like splitting my workload with my brother, I'm not dealing with as much pain anymore. So my fingers are not as swollen anymore. So it's really nice. Finally. Are you dried? Did I? Dang it. I got nothing. All right, please tell me you're dry. No, but I can cook you, I guess. Carpal tunnel along with that tendonitis? Like, yeah, man. Video games can be painful. I know it's sports entertainment. Yeah, but hey, although it is really bad acting, like they probably need to work on like hiring actors to do their acting in their wrestling. Actors who can wrestle, not wrestlers who can act. Although the acting is terrible, I will say that those wrestlers, they are athletes because the things they do, even though it's not really fighting, jumping off those like corners and taking like a punch to the face, like that's not easy to do. You do need some very, very high-end skills to be able to do that as safe as possible. It is sports. It's just really tacky acting on top of it, but like it's skill. The only downside is obviously like there's a bunch of drugs involved, just like every other sport. But like the level of drug use that's in that sport in particular is very different than in other sports, because in other sports it's about getting better, whereas in wrestling it's about looking better, like looking like you're huge. Well, we'll come back to this. I gotta blow my nose. Give me a second here. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, they've definitely lowered the roid usage now. Back in the 90s, it was really bad. I'm sure there's still some, you know, um, injecting going on. It's probably not the same stuff as before. But yeah, it was really, really bad before. That's why you have so many wrestlers that were like dead by the age of 50 because their hearts couldn't handle what they were putting into their system. But now you've got a whole bunch of other things coming through. There's even like younger bodybuilders, you know, in their like early 20s that are taking certain supplements and stuff, but they're technically a type of steroid. It's just they're not actual steroids. And they're just as unhealthy, but they're different. They're not the same. So they feel more confident taking it. There's also been this really big movement I've seen lately of bodybuilders being very open about using steroids, trying to like take away the stigma because they look at it as like, if I want to do this to my body for my sport, then it should be fine. But it's one thing. Oh, there's another entrance here. It's one thing to do it when you know all the risks and how serious they can be. And it's another thing to promote it to younger guys who feel insecure or feel like they have to meet a certain quota and they don't know all the risks. They know some of the basic risks, like, oh, there's roid rage, oh, you can have a heart attack, but they don't realize how absolutely detrimental it can be to your body, even if you don't die from it. So I'm not a fan of the guys trying to like be more open about it. I really don't think it's a good thing. But it's not my world, so. Exactly, Michael Jackson. That's it, right? Just because it's fake, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have entertainment value or that it doesn't have, you know, a worth. You know, it's worth. It's there for a reason. It really fell off over the last little while, but it's starting to come back now. But like from the early 2000s, like 1995 to like 2005, it's fallen off since then because wrestling was insanely huge then. It was also really huge in the early 20s, in the early 80s. In the early 80s, it was really, really huge. But it's fallen off since then. It's starting to pick up again, though. Now it's starting to get popular again. But it's like any other form of entertainment, right? Like if you watch a movie and you cry during a movie or you get scared during a movie, it's also not real. It's also all fake. Sorry. It's also, you know, very much play acting. Like Tom Cruise is not actually falling, you know, 30,000 feet from a plane, although he does do a lot of his own stunts. Or he's not risking getting shot by a spy trying to get at him. It's all fake. But for some reason, society has decided that wrestling fakeness is embarrassing to like, but watching Tom Cruise jump out of a plane is not. A fake plane in front of a green screen is not embarrassing for some reason. It's all got its value. I'm not a fan of wrestling, but that's just because it's not my type of entertainment, really. I've watched a lot of videos. You know what I do like? Is watching the retrospectives of like the early 90s wrestling when they talk about like behind the scenes, what the wrestlers went through, what they were struggling with. Like I like watching that stuff. But like the storylines and stuff, zero interest. Is that one? Finally? Finally. Oh my gosh. What did the book say? What did the book say? Find aloe vera to heal. I'm gonna eat it, and if that doesn't fix it, then I'm gonna have to figure it out. No, it's done. Yes! Finally! Yeah, it's like combat theater. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I would say that the one type of wrestling that I do think outshines Americanized wrestling is lucha libre type of wrestling, because they regular wrestlers, Western wrestlers are obviously athletic. right? Like picking up a guy who weighs like 300 pounds over your head and throwing him, doing a flip off of a whatever they're called. My brain's not working. I can't remember what they're called, but you know, the ropes. Obviously, it takes a high level of skill. Taking a chair to the back of the head, you have to have skill to be as safe as possible. That being said, the flips, the techniques, the crazy stuff that dudes from Lucha Libre do, that is out of this world level athleticism. Like, those guys blow my mind with what they do. Those, I watched, like, fights from those just to see the sheer acrobatics. The acrobatics those guys do is mind-blowing. Exactly. Nobody says you're going to watch fake Oppenheimer with fake explosions. Nobody says you're going to go watch a fake, martial arts movie. Because there is a level of realism outside of the scripted stuff, right? Like, they pick who's going to win and the rough points of, like, these things need to happen during the match. And then the rest of it is them just doing their own thing. So, like, it's even more realistic than movies would be, because movies, like, they fully script everything. Because there are a lot of stories of wrestlers saying that everything was going okay, and then they make one mistake, and then all of a sudden the fight turns real, and they get their butts completely kicked because they screwed up. Exactly. You're an actor, not a faker. Exactly. That's exactly it. Well, it's the same as gaming, right? How many people put down gamers? Mexican wrestling is so great. It is. It's so skill-based. How many people put down gamers saying you need to grow up? You know, that's a kid's game. That's not like a real hobby. Or it's not a real sport. I'm still kind of in the gray area of like how much of a sport it is, but it is a competition, a very, very heavy competition. But to me, gaming is a sport the way that like poker would be a sport. It's not really a sport, but it is a very, very high end, very skilled competition. But I don't know if I agree so much with it being like a proper sport. That being said, you know, when people make fun of me for like liking games because I'm in my 30s, it's like, dude, if you like sports, you're literally watching other grown people do something and you're just sitting there watching it. I'm at least participating in my hobby. You know, or like if your hobby is to go drinking, you're damaging your body and not actually doing anything out of it. I'm like enjoying a story and, you know, making up challenges for myself. Or if you enjoy like wood burning or like sculpting, it's the same as this. It's an enjoyment thing. Watching movies is no different than playing games. It's just that dumb perspective people have, you know? Yeah, Michael Jackson. That's what I was talking about earlier, is a lot of them died at a very young age because of the things that they used. Okay. So we got aloe vera. That must have been from all the dirty water I was drinking. That must have been what it was. We got aloe vera. We got a lot of food. I found that one cave right there. Right there. I found the cave. I only have 2 sticks, though. I don't have... Oh, I'm getting tired. This may not be a super, super long stream today. How long have I been live? I've been live for 3 hours. I might not make this a super, super long stream. Oh, I could make one. Just because I'm exhausted. I've only slept like 4 hours. 3.5, 4 hours. We've done a lot. I got the... Oh! Look at them glitching, running in that rock. We've done a lot, though. We expanded the base. We found a chainsaw. I want to build more levels to my treehouse stuff. so I can like be up there and still be okay when I'm up there. We got a lot of food, actually. Like, we collected a ton of food. That's the same one I have, right? Yeah. I love that you can hear just like the wind blowing like you would in real life. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I totally hit him 3 times in a row. Not once did it actually... It didn't even... Oh, man. Whatever. Back in, like, the earlier 2000s, there was a video of a guy. They were doing a... I think it was a meet and greet. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a while now. I think it was a meet and greet with some wrestlers. And one guy got up and he grabbed the microphone. And he's like, I love you, man. You're one of the best wrestlers ever. People tell me the wrestling's fake. And he's like full out crying. But it's still real to me, damn it. Like, he's so emotional because to him, wrestling is real. And she's like, dude, it's fake, but like, it's okay. That's fine. It's entertainment. That's what entertainment is. It's pretending and setting things up to make it enjoyable. Because, like, for me, when I watch wrestling, at the end of the match, you feel the excitement and the drama and, like, the happiness that your wrestler won or the upset that your wrestler lost. But then if you watch, like, MMA or you watch boxing, not everybody feels this way because obviously there are very, very, very big fans of those types of entertainment. But you watch MMA or you watch boxing, at the end of it, I can't help but feel, is that dude going to be okay? Like, why would you put yourself through that? That's what I feel at the end of it for boxing or MMA. Just because it is so obscenely violent that I'm just like, are they okay? Is that, oh my, are they fine? You know? But at the end of wrestling, I don't feel that because you know that there is a safety factor built into it outside of the obvious real stuff that happens while they're wrestling, because obviously there's still injuries that occur. Is there any more? Oh, they're both dried. Okay. I only caught 2 lizards. I thought I caught a bunch of lizards. I guess not. Okay, that's fine. I hear you guys running around. $30 old now. I have a community here. I do game reviews, and I've even been at effing Gamescom. Sadly, he never got the chance to see. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's kind of the same with my dad, right? He was the artist amongst my parents, like with my mom and my dad. He was the artist. My mom has never had interest in any kind of art, so she's never really valued the fact that I want to be an actor or really supported it. Like, she's the type of person that's like, well, if that's what you want to do, then do it. But she's not going to do anything extra about actually supporting me. And like, my dad he still didn't fully get it. Like, my dad was still very much the type of person that was like, I don't get it, but okay, like, I'll be there for you. I'll still support you and all that. And sadly, he won't ever get to see what I'll be able to achieve. Do you know what I mean? Like, he used to get so impressed when I would talk to him about, like, my streaming, and he'd find out how many followers I had. And he'd be like, oh my God, you have that many followers? And I'm like, Dad, it's not really that many. But he used to get super, super impressed about it. And so, like, he's never going to get to see that, and that makes me really sad. So I feel you there. I feel you there. You know what? My tree's facing the wrong way, so there's nothing I can really do. Let's just not do that. I don't want this thing anymore. How do I, like... No, stop it. I don't want it. How do I unbuild? Damn it. Right arrow. There we go. Fun game, scary when you only hear breathing on the side of your headphone by those runners. Oh, or you hear them laughing. Or you hear the mutant noise. Welcome, by the way, Sushi. Yeah, it's fun, but oh, it's stressful. Oh, is it ever stressful? But yeah, exactly, Terza. And like gaming, when it came out, like when our parents were younger, because your parents must be similar to my parents' age, maybe a little bit younger than my parents, but pretty close. You know, gaming was for kids. Like that's what it was. It wasn't really something that you saw adults doing, and it wasn't really interesting to adults because they grew up in a different time. They also didn't really have games that would be adult oriented. Like there was Mario, there was, you know, Tetris. Like there wasn't anything that was really like this where it was an in-depth game with like dark themes and heavy storylines and stuff like that. So it was a kid's thing. But now us kids grew up seeing this, and we've been able to implement the things that we like as we grew up into this. And if you look at like the original games that had voice acting, it was always like just the developer doing it himself. Oh, how could you hurt me? I'll get you for that, Jacob. I will get you. Like, it's such bad acting. Now you have like full-blown award-winning actors doing the voice acting, doing a better job than even like movie voice actors do. It's really come a long way. It's there's been a lot of opportunities for people in this industry, which is really cool. I'm just kind of wandering around because I'm not thinking straight. I want to go check out that cave. I think I'm going to grab that last dried lizard. I've got my water. I'll save. I'm going to grab a lizard. Actually, the sun is setting, isn't it? I can't tell. I think the sun is setting. I'll grab that lizard. I'll go to sleep. Then we'll go check out that cave real quick. That one right there. And then we will call it... maybe I'll just call it a day now. What time is it? It's 3:60. It's only been 3 hours. It's a short stream, but I'm so tired. Your dad was 49 in 2017, so that was 6 years... No, was that 6? 6 years ago? So he would have been 55. Yeah, my mom is 62. No, my mom is 63. She just turned 63. Mom is 63. My dad was 59 when he passed away. So 10 years older than your dad. Your dad died really young. I'm sorry, man. But your mom is the same age as my mom, yeah. Yeah, 49 is very young. 68 for one of your parents, Sushi? Yeah, my mom is, my parents weren't super young. My dad was 21 when I was born. My mom was 26, I think, when I was born. I think she was 26 when I was born. So she was a little bit older. My dad was pretty young when they had me. But then, like, my grandmother was only 14 when she had my mom. 14 or 15 when she had my mom. And I think my grandfather was 17 or 18, something like that. So they were kids. So my grandparents were really young. My grandfather died at 80. My grandmother died at 70. I can't remember if it's 76 or 78. Which, like, that's not bad, but in reality, compared to, like, how long people are living nowadays, that is pretty young. But our dads, like, my dad was older than yours, but that's still very, very young, you know? Even the doctor one, my dad signed the do not resuscitate order. Even the doctor tried to convince him. He's like, you're really young. You still have a life ahead of you. And he's like, nope, I don't want anything. And so, like, you can't fight him if that's what he wants, you know? Oh. Then not that it was a good thing, obviously, because Parkinson's is terrible no matter what. But at least he didn't have to, you know, endure Parkinson's for years and years and years, because I've taken care of people with Parkinson's as it progresses. I don't know how far your dad got, so he may well have gotten to the point where it was, like, horrible. But, like, I've taken care of people who have lived with it for years, like, stupid amounts of years. Parkinson's is a cruel disease. Parkinson's, like ALS, both such cruel diseases. Yeah, see, Sushi, and I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wandering around. Honestly, I'm just wasting a lot of time. But that's kind of what I do. Okay, so I saved. I had to eat the lizard, but I do have one candy bar. I thought I had more. I only have one candy bar. Let's explore a little bit of that cave. If I start to starve, we'll leave the cave. Don't tell me anything, Sushi, because I don't know anything about the game. So don't tell me anything. Yeah, ALS is the one disease. ALS, MS, Parkinson's are three diseases that I'm really scared of. I'm really scared of like dementia, whether it's, you know, Lewy body or what? How did I start getting all bloody? Or Alzheimer's or any of those. I'm really scared of that too, but at least that one I know that I won't know what's happening as it's happening. It'll just be the scary time beforehand as I know it's about to happen. But those diseases, you're trapped in your own body. Like, that's horrible. At least Parkinson's does have an element of some people losing their minds while it's happening, so that's some comfort that they're not fully aware of what they're enduring. But, wait a minute. Is this the cave I explored earlier? I climbed up and it looked like just a cliff end, but it was actually this. Maybe, I think. But yeah, ALS, you're fully aware. You're fully aware. Daddy and me. Boom. Cool. Yeah, ALS is rough. As far as how I'm liking the game, Preston, it's really good. I just have no idea what I'm doing. But because I'm able to, like, chat and just kind of waste time, I'm not really suffering by it. But I do think if I was playing this offline on my own, at this point, I probably would have stopped playing. Mostly due to having lost interest, not knowing where I'm going or what I'm doing. Just because it is so vague. But I'm really liking it. It's very tense the whole time. Like, you hear those yells have me freaked out. Or, like, seeing these random, like, cut in half bodies, very uncomfortable feeling. The bottom left corner, covered in blood, wash it off. Okay. Water. No. Oh god, I don't want to fight these guys. There's water here, though. If I crouch, will it? It's not deep enough. It's not deep enough. Dang it. Oh, man. I'm going to have to go up there and fight those guys. I'm going to have to fight them. Dang it. I thought it might be deep enough, but it's not. Ah. Okay. Yeah. See, like it's kind of it's a double-edged sword, right? Like having Parkinson's is horrible, and it's not something you want anybody that you love to have ever, because you want to have them in your life forever. It's kind of like my dad. I don't ever. I never wanted him to die, obviously. At the same time, 3 to 4 years is at least a shorter time to suffer versus some people who can live 20, 30. Look at Michael J. Fox with Parkinson's. And especially when you get to the point where, like, you can't walk or you can't talk, can't use the bathroom. Like, that's a very, very long time to live with that. Okay, how is there no water anywhere? The only water that there was that giant monster, and I don't want to go deal with him. I'm going to get infected again. That is really, really uncomfortable because they look like they should be alive. Gross. Like, look at all this, man. Look at all that money. I could use this money. I could use this money. I don't know what name I said Michael Jackson for your favorite actor. I'm sorry. Did I? Oh, is this the thing everybody was telling me they go and get right away? Yes! Oh, nice. I haven't collected any batteries, I don't think. But at least I have this so I can actually see. Boom. Oh, I can actually see in the dark once in a while. Oh, Michael J. Fox. He was great when he was really into acting when he was younger. He was amazing. It's really sad that Parkinson's has gotten in his way so he can't do much with it anymore. But yeah, he's phenomenal. Okay, give me a second. I was just trying to find water. I was trying not to die. No, I don't want the flash. I want my lighter. It's so dark. Hearing all that rustling is making me really, really scared. This is food, isn't it? But like I'm already full. My inventory's all full. No, Preston. I don't be disappointed because they are those really, really cheap pre-made ones. You know, the ones that you throw in the oven for 20 minutes and then you're good. No, I mean, I missed them here, but I picked up a whole bunch last time in a different place. Oh, look at all these watches. Look at all this, man. All these riches. Like, crazy. Oh, crap, man. I wish I could save at the bonfire. I'm so scared. But I'm covered in blood. Anyways, they were the pre-made ones. Yeah, Back to the Future is Michael J. Fox's biggest movie, but he did a whole bunch. He did a bunch of stuff. Like he was very, very prolific. In the 80s. He did a bunch of stuff. He was one of those actors that was in everything back then. But then he started to kind of stop doing stuff. He did a show called Spin City for a while in the 90s, and that's when he started to like kind of pull away. And then he told everybody like, "Hey, I've got Parkinson's. This is why I'm stepping away," because he was starting to have a hard time. And then when you go back and watch the later seasons in Spin City, you can see that he would like shake his leg, but it wasn't the Parkinson's shake. It was like he was trying to make it look like he was fidgety, but it was him trying to hide the Parkinson's because he wasn't ready to tell people that he had it. Wait, did I? No, this is the other thing that I went to. Okay. I really don't want to face those big guys yet, but I feel like I have to. No, Preston, no Elden Ring or Dave the Diver. I'm pretty much sticking to the forest right now. Resident Evil 8. And I'm on the fence. I haven't fully decided yet on whether I'm going to include Green Hell or Subnautica. One of those two. Alright, dude, let's do it. Dude. I honestly don't know if this is such a great weapon right now. Uh-oh. I switched weapons. I forgot it's not shortcutted. Stupid glitches. Okay, how about we don't do that right now. We'll come back for that. Yeah. Like, I'm definitely gonna play Subnautica. It's more of the do I want to kind of do them all at once and then have nothing to play? And do I want to do them in VR or do them flat screen? Because I personally enjoy them in VR. But is it really that fun for everybody to watch me play VR? Do you know what I mean? I mean, Family Ties is really good, Michael Jackson. Because, like, the VR, the main selling point of the VR for everybody would be the jump scares, because I'm totally immersed in the world and I'm totally tense when I'm, like, hearing the monsters and stuff like this. I can play in VR if I wanted to. And it's that, like, immersion of being, like, freaked out. But right now, nobody's doing jump scares, really. I haven't really built up enough of a community to have that be a thing that's happening right now. So I have to work on that. And so that's kind of where my split is with Subnautica, is like, is it going to be flat screen or VR? And is it going to be something that I play at, like, alongside this, so I have stuff to switch around? Or do I only play this until I beat it and then move on? Or play this until I'm kind of bored and then move on to a different game? Or, like, what do I do? Because this game, having the same game over and over again, has its benefits. The same people will come because if they enjoy this game, they are going to want to watch me play this game. And they'll be at every stream because they enjoy the game. The drawback is, especially with the forest right now, so I've got 4 viewers on Twitch. I've got 3 on YouTube, and I've got 5 on TikTok. I don't like looking at my numbers, but for this reason, for this what I'm saying right now, it's important because there are 135 people watching The Forest right now through all of Twitch. So, like, for my numbers, the way they have been over the last little while, 7 people between YouTube and Twitch and 4 people on TikTok. That's, 11 viewers. And there's only 134 people watching them, 135 people watching them on all of Twitch. So that's a pretty good turnout compared to what is out there. But that drawback is there are only 135 people interested in watching this game. So I'm very, very limited in who can actually watch me. So that's kind of the drawback. Hello, Zixty? Lynn, how you doing? Welcome. How are you? So yeah, that's kind of like what I have to also keep in mind as I'm selecting games. That like it's a give and take risk reward type thing, right? The risk is not having access to as many people to see me. The reward is having the same game over and over again adds enough consistency that the same faces will come in if they like me within this game realm. Did he escape out of that? Oh, there they are, the two of them. They're getting closer and closer as time progresses. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. They look bigger than the other one that I fought. Because I can see them at quite a distance right now. They look really, really big. But yeah, finishing my thought. Christy. Okay. I get it now. I get it. Christy, I get it. Welcome, Christy. How are you? Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you being here. Have you played this game before? Have you beaten this game before? Because if you have, be prepared to, like, be sitting there, like, biting your tongue and, like, face-palming constantly as I walk by important things or miss very important things. Just like right now that I picked up the katana, and I had no idea I picked up the katana, and I probably wouldn't have realized for a really long time if it wasn't for Turtsa telling me. Because that's just how I work. But yeah, finishing the thought. So like I have to weigh those things out, Preston, to see what is worth it for me. And I also have to consider my own burnout of playing the games. If I play the same game all the time, it's very quick that you can like burn out and not want to play it anymore. And it's very easy to kind of get stuck. And so trying to shift will be a huge drop in viewership. It happened to somebody that I watch who was like averaging 40 plus viewers per stream. And then they switched what they were playing. And then all of a sudden it went down to like 20. So they halved their viewership just by changing the game. Then when they went back to the game that they were playing before, it jumped right back up. So like that's something that I have to also keep in mind. Right now, it's a lot of testing. Like I'm testing out to see what I'm enjoying and what the channel is going to benefit from, you know? You like to watch the adventure? Yeah. Wait, I have batteries too? Oh, they're in the package. I was looking for like the individual batteries. Oh, I do have batteries. Nice. Okay, so I can use that thing. Okay. So I want to assign this. I kind of like the spear, so I'm going to assign it for the club. Wait, push the wrong button. I pushed the wrong button. Hold on. I'm messing things up here. Okay, here we go. Katana. Combine. I want it where the club is. I want it where the club is. Oh, I have to press it on the actual thing. 0. 0, 8, 0. There. Whoa! Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that. Oh, so that's what happens. That wasn't even a jump scare, but that's how I react. So when the jump scare happens, it's even worse. So that's what I was referencing when, like, right now I haven't built enough of a community because I've been so far away. The jump scare part hasn't really taken place yet. Once people get used to me being jump scared, it'll become a whole torture for me. But yeah, that's a thing. Michael Jackson, which Walking Dead games? Because there's a whole lot of them. Like there's the Telltale Walking Dead games. There's the Saints and Sinners VR Walking Dead games. There's the mobile games. I'm pretty sure you don't mean those. There's also the other VR Walking Dead game that didn't do very well, which I don't remember what it's called right now. There's quite a few of them. Which one are you talking about? Inventory assistant. I stopped playing WoW because of fatigue. Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? You reach that fatigue and you're just kind of like, I don't want to play this right now. Like, I'm so not into it. Oh. I knew I had this, but for some reason I thought the cassette player was on the boat. Get out of here. I have no jump scares. When I was doing like strictly horror stuff, the jump scares were a really big part of the channel. Like, that was the big thing. Like, it wouldn't be unheard of for me to do a horror stream, because I usually did horror streams once a week, maybe twice a week. It wouldn't be unheard of for me to have 8 or 9 jump scares in a stream. So the audience really enjoyed watching me get scared. I really enjoyed being scared. But it was kind of missing on the channel because I haven't really done a lot of horror stuff over the last little while. So Christy, a quick breakdown of the channel just so you have an idea of who I am, what I'm doing, kind of what I am all about. I'm a variety streamer, and I've been streaming for quite a while. My channel has gone through a few big changes over the years. Like, I've been streaming for 7 years. It's gone through some pretty big changes. I started off as strictly a Nintendo streamer with like retro games on Saturdays. Eventually I moved into, like, I expanded into continuing with Zelda, but then I did like Dark Souls, and I included horror games, and then I had some RPGs. I was kind of a real variety mix, but the Dark Souls and Zelda were always in everything, and horror was always ongoing in my channel. Eventually, oh, I hate these little blobby dudes. Eventually, you know, life got in the way, and I took a really big break from streaming because it kind of came down to the decision of I either continue with streaming or I continue with content creation. And at the time, my TikTok was blowing up, so I decided to go with content creation. And I've just come back to streaming after about a year and a couple of months. I just came back to streaming about 4 months ago. And 4 months ago, I came back to it, but it was very much a situation of I'm doing it just as like a hobby for me to unwind, because I'm not going to go into detail. I was in a bad relationship. I was spending a lot of time just kind of sitting in silence. So I was like, I could start streaming and at least have something to do, and it's a hobby. So I started streaming as just a way to unwind. You know, I wasn't looking to grow. I wasn't looking to do anything with the channel. I was literally just doing it for the sake of doing it. And now my ex has moved out. My schedule changed at work, so I have a very steady schedule. So I am now in the process, like this all just took place within the last week. I am now in the process of actually dedicating some time to the channel. So now I'm in the process of figuring out what kind of streams I want to do, how often I want to stream, what kind of theme my channel is going to take on. So we're very much at the beginning stages of rebuilding the channel again. So that's kind of where we are. So you will hear a lot of talk about me kind of figuring out what I want to do, and you might see things flake back and forth. Like the forest was something that I kind of just picked up to start streaming very recently. I had been having some conversations with some other content creators, and they had mentioned, I asked them what they thought about like variety streaming versus direct one type of game streaming. And speaking to one of my friends, we kind of came to the conclusion that variety streaming has its drawbacks. One of the major ones being that it's very hard to get people to care about you. They mostly care about the game, so you want to niche down a little bit. So I decided to niche down and concentrate on survival and concentrate on horror. And the reason I chose survival is over the last few months, I've had multiple people come to my stream and say they like my stream because it feels like a podcast. And so I figured playing games like Baldur's Gate or playing Elden Ring requires way too much concentration, and I either don't know what's happening or I am absolutely terrible because I'm too busy talking. So I figured it was a much better choice for me to pick something that is more like this, where I can spend the whole time chatting, and not feel burdened by not knowing what the heck is going on. And I can literally spend a whole stream just messing around and still have that podcast feeling without ever holy crap, dude. Holy crap, dude. And my armor's almost gone. Come on, refill. Without ever having to, like, lose that podcast feeling, which is what people like about my channel. Because people get mad at me that I would pause the game and just start talking and I wouldn't do anything. At least this way, because my gameplay is so mindless. Yes. Because my gameplay is so mindless, me building walls, me building a fort, me exploring, I can talk while I'm doing it. So that's kind of why I've niched down this way. And then the survival horror, because I'm a big coward and I scream a lot and people think it's funny. So that's where we are, you know? Yeah, so this is where it gets really hard to not regulate. It gets very hard to make decisions with content creation. People are there for the content creator. That is why they watch streams versus gameplay footage. But people, the out of all the viewership, the amount of people who actually bond with the streamer and will follow the streamer no matter what they're playing is quite low. And so, like, for me, I have about 4 people that will watch me consistently through pretty much anything. And that's through all 3 platforms, because right now I'm live on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. And, you know, in total right now I've got 13 people watching me. Out of the 13, maybe 3, between 3 and 5, would actually continue watching if I changed games to something different. Now, because my channel is so much more podcasty, I think my percentage is higher than most people. But I was just saying earlier, my one friend who averages like 40 to 45 viewers per stream switched their gameplay style from like all horror based to more, I think they switched to WoW. They dropped. Like, it was between 15 to 25 viewers all the time. And so that's a pretty substantial drop to have. That's because half of her viewership, although they like her, they were there for the game. And so that's kind of where you have to learn to balance and kind of accept that even though people are there for the streamer, a good chunk of it is still for the game. And so you have to almost be able to marry the two ideas of, I have to be the entertainment factor, I have to be the reason people are watching me, but I also have to accept that people will only attach to a certain degree, and the truth is, a lot of them just aren't going to care about me. They just find that I portray this type of content better than somebody else that they've been watching. But they don't necessarily care about me. It's kind of like what happens with TikTok. I make videos that get, 50, 60,000 views, or, I'll get like 1 million views on a video, and then I can do a video where it's just like about my life, and it'll get 500 views. Because the people that watch me on TikTok, they don't care about me. They want to know what I'm talking about, which is game facts or news. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, the people who do like the streamer, like the people who watch me consistently and are there at every single stream, they're very, very much interested in me. They're very much interested in hanging out with me and chatting with me and seeing how my day is going. And, they're actually interested in what I bring to the table. But like here, right now, you're chatting, Turts is chatting, Preston chats once in a while, but Preston's also like a guy who's, a real life best friend. Like I've acted with him and everything, so like we know each other. Michael Jackson and Sushi. Yours truly, hello, nice to see you, and now yours truly. But out of it's bouncing between 12 and 15 people. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. So like half the people that are watching me aren't even talking. So like it's just a weird balance that you have to kind of marry. You can also go to the opposite extreme, which is also just as useless, is thinking that the game you play is going to make you popular. It's not. it plays a factor when you're looking at like the type of content creator you are, the way that you entertain, right? Like watching me play Call of Duty wouldn't be fun for anybody. It wouldn't be fun for me. It wouldn't be fun for my viewers, because I talk too much and I don't concentrate on what is happening on screen. So I get very distracted and I would be dying a whole bunch, and that's just not fun for anybody. Playing an RPG can be very hard for people to watch me do because I talk so much and I'm not paying attention to the story, and so like I never know what's going on and I don't feel the attachment to the characters. Dang it. And then obviously there's like the viewership pool, because whether or not the game is actually going to make a big difference to you, growth wise, you do still have to look at how many people are actually out there in the pool. Like if there's only 100 and something people watching a game, that is literally the only people that are going to be even capable of seeing me stream. And the millions that are watching Twitch will never even know I existed because I'm playing something that nobody's watching. So it's like there's a lot of balancing you have to do, and sometimes it's one answer is just as accurate as another, and so it's up to the streamer to really be good at being able to negotiate that properly. You know what I mean? I'm fortunate enough that I've gotten really, really good at chatting whether there are people or not. So the benefit is that if I choose gameplay that is completely horrible and nobody's interested, I can still talk to myself and it's okay. And I can also have the chat going crazy and I can still have a really good conversation. So like I've gotten good at that. Where I suck is reading analytics, figuring out, you know, business-wise what I should be doing with the channel. Those things I really struggle to fully make work in my favor. And so it's definitely a learning curve. And it can be daunting sometimes. It can be very, very disheartening too, because sometimes you feel like you're doing a really great job and then all of a sudden nothing comes of it. Or like I've had... Man, this is a deep cave. Wait, have I been here already? I feel like I've been here already. Sometimes I've had streams where they go phenomenally. You know, 30 people are watching me, 40 people are watching me, and I'm like, this is it. Like I've figured out something that works for me. And then I play the same game and like 3 people are there. And it just turns out it was just a fluky day, you know. Oh my god. It was just a fluke day where the other people that have the viewership weren't streaming that day. Or like the algorithm just happened to push me to the right group, which then happened to have more people see me. Whoa! All of that can sometimes... Oh, this is that cave. All of that can sometimes play a factor in me having a really good night. And I'm not really good at evaluating that aspect, which kind of sucks. That's awesome, Turtsa. Yeah, and Guitar Hero is one of those communities, from what I hear. You know, I was really, really big into Guitar Hero back when it was newer. I played an insane amount of Guitar Hero. I loved it. But Guitar Hero is one of those communities that it's not a giant community, but it is a very, very dedicated community. And so, like, there is a viewership there. And it's not, you know, it's not going to be like a Fortnite level community, but the community is very interested in it. And so there's a lot of people that will watch that community. I'm very good at what I do game-wise. Thank you, Michael Jackson. But yeah, I'm still working it out, you know, it's... The magic sauce that I got when I first started streaming, I haven't really had that happen again, and I don't know if that's due to just I've changed the way that I am as a streamer, and now I'm less interesting to people compared to what I used to be, or if it's because I switched my niche from Nintendo content, which was more child-friendly, which meant more kids viewing me, or if it has to do with like just the fact that I haven't really been dedicating a lot of time to streaming the way I should have, because life was always in the way. You know, and maybe now I'll have more time and be able to do it more, and maybe now it'll pick up. I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see what happens, you know? I've just got to be patient. Come on, dudes. Where are you? Come back. Did I scare you by killing your friend? Yeah, I'm definitely doing Silent Hill this year. I missed it last year. It was the first year. In the 7 years I've been streaming, it was the first year I missed it. I think I didn't do it for the first year. But yeah, this was, since I started that whole tradition, this was the first year I didn't do it. I'm doing it this year. We are 100% doing it this year. Now, I can't promise that it'll... Actually, let me look. I didn't know I could kill those guys with headshots. That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy I can do that. Okay. October. Halloween falls on a Tuesday. Aw, man. Although a Tuesday is an earlier night. Mondays suck for me, but Tuesday is an earlier night. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to do it on the Sunday, on the 29th, maybe. I don't know. I'll decide when I get closer. But yeah, the... You glad to know the old habits? Yeah, you've been here long enough, man. You've been here for a while. Thank you, Michael Jackson. I try, you know. Sometimes it's really hard to know what... oh, those are good arrows. I didn't know I had good arrows. Sometimes it's really hard to know what to do when you're starting out. And it's hard to ask people. And I think some streamers, not all of them, but some streamers really don't know or have forgotten what it's like to be a brand new streamer. And so they give advice that doesn't necessarily work for brand new streamers. So I try to like be a little bit more helpful because I'm trying to remember what it was like to be in that position of like being a brand new streamer, not knowing what to do. I'm also very cheap. And so a lot of newer streamers will, you know, think that they need to have the most popular, the most expensive equipment. And I'm trying to like keep in mind that not keep in mind. I'm trying to like convey that being on a budget is fine, and as a new streamer, you don't really know what you're doing, so you wanna sometimes not spend all that money right away because you might hate it. So I try to give, you know, advice that would be relevant, is what I'm trying to say. So thank you. Fine, I'll check out the Twitch. Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that has worked against me, but not in like a, I'm not saying it in a complaining way where it's like, oh, nobody understands, so they're not coming to watch me. I just mean the way that I come off on my videos, the way that I do content. One, it's hard to, for new people who have never seen me before, it's hard for them to understand that I'm actually a streamer and that I started as a streamer and not kind of like how like Spawnwave is, where Spawnwave is a news channel who streams. He's not a streamer who does videos. I'm a streamer who does videos, although I started as a video maker. So like people who watch my videos don't ever consider that I'm actually a streamer. On top of that, I don't promote my stream. And the way that I do my videos are very different than how I run my stream, because my videos are much more quick. They're much more thought out, and they're much more like snarky and exaggerated and sarcastic, whereas my stream is far more chilled back and let's talk and, you know, hang out. So it's hard for me to bring people over for my videos. I'm going to be starting more video footage stuff now that I have a lot more time, because I'm going to have the evenings free after the stream. Like today I'm going to nap, but you know, if I didn't have to nap right now, once my stream is done, I don't go into work until 2:30 in the morning. And so like I will be completely free from now until then. So I could, because it's 7:30 p.m. for me. So I could sit down, write some scripts, record some videos, edit them, and get them up. So I could have multiple TikTok videos up a day. I just haven't done that yet. But hopefully once I get that started, I will be attracting more people because they will be seeing my face more often. And I'm going to try to implement some like random stream stuff within the videos so people know that I'm a streamer and they'll hopefully want to hang out. That's kind of where I am right now. But yeah, it's cool when I see people from TikTok that have now been around for a while. They used to be strangers and they're not anymore, you know? Yeah, Turtsa. I think a part of it, so it's obviously way more complicated than this, but I think a part of it has to do with the location I'm in, because apparently TikTok shows you to the nearby people before it shows you anywhere else. The location I'm in plays a part of it, but also the timing of when I post things up. Oops. Oops. I lit myself on fire. Ouch. Did that cause long-term damage? I don't know. Nope, we're good. We're gonna chat for just a few minutes and then I'm done. I'm having a really hard time concentrating. I can't stay concentrated. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. A big part of it is like they'll show you to the people around you. But then people have this misconception that the time you post will help you grow. They have this idea like if I post at 5 o'clock, that's when the most people are watching the stream or the TikTok, and that's when I'll grow. And that's not really the case. It's more the time you post is going to affect what region of the world is going to see you, right? Because overall, most of us work very similar types of schedules. Like you work during the day, 9 to 5, and then everybody has the evening free, and that's when they, unwind and watch TikTok and whatever. So whatever time you post, wherever it is the evening in the world, that's who's mostly going to see you. I tended to post earlier in the day, which would be the evening for Europe, right? Because I was posting at like 11 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which would then be like 3 o'clock in the evening, 5 o'clock in the evening for people in Europe. So then it would be there more often because those people would see it. And so the algorithm would be like, oh, they're interested. Let me keep showing it to these people. And then more European people would see it. And then there's obviously the content. Based on what I'm posting, TikTok's never said this, but YouTube does it, and I'm assuming TikTok does the same thing. The algorithm tries to guess what your video is about. It's trying to guess, is it gaming content? Is it news? Is it funny? Is it makeup? Is it lifestyle? And then tries to show it to people who watch stuff that falls into that category. And then obviously sometimes it'll just guess wrong based on how you phrase things that you're saying or what you show on screen. Sometimes TikTok will just get it completely wrong and show it to the wrong people, and then you're just not going to grow. So probably a mixture of all of that is how I ended up on your For You page, despite you being over there. Yeah, it's 2:31 a.m. Right now it's 7:30 p.m. for me. I've started streaming a lot later now because I work in the middle of the night. Like if I was on your time zone, I would be leaving for work right now. And like last night I got home at almost 8 o'clock in the morning. And by the time I had breakfast and everything, brush my teeth, wash my face, get ready for bed, it was like 9 o'clock in the morning. And then I woke up at 2. So I went to sleep at 9:30, and I think I was up at 2. So 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. No, so I slept for like 5 hours, 4 hours. It was like 1:30, 2 o'clock. So it was like between 4 and 5 hours. I don't know exactly how long. Thank you, Michael Jackson. I appreciate that. So like all of that affects it, right? Like right now, one of the biggest problems I'm going to have with my viewership is for the last few months, I've been building a viewership starting way earlier. I've been streaming way, way earlier in the day. I've been starting now, like this last week, I've been starting between 3 and 4 o'clock p.m. But for the last 3 months, I've been starting at 11 in the morning. So now my whole viewership that was watching me isn't available at this time because like Weewin was somebody who was at every single stream. But now I'm starting at like 9 or 10 p.m. your time. She lives in... I'm having a brain fart. Oh, Weeman's gonna sit there pulling her hair as she comes back and watches this. She lives in the Netherlands, and so it's I'm starting at like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night in Netherlands time zone, and so she goes to work, so she can't come because she has to be up in the morning. And then I had other people like Ty. He's gonna start watching later on. He's in my time zone, but he would watch me while he was at work doing nothing. And now I'm streaming when he's at home in the evening studying, so he can't watch. So like I've had a lot of my viewership completely drop off, of the consistent viewership completely drop off because they can't watch me at this time. But thankfully, I've picked up a new viewership almost immediately because I've been streaming so consistently and posting so consistently over the last week. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to balance when you have to figure out what you're doing with a stream. And that's kind of where I am right now, is trying to figure out what game, trying to figure out when. I'm still playing with, so for people who are watching me right now, I'm still kind of playing with when I'm actually going to stream. Right now, I'm doing this because it's just kind of how I've become accustomed to sleeping. Like I said, I work night shift. Most of the world goes to sleep. They wake up and go to work. Whereas I wake up and stream, and then I work and go to sleep. And so, like, I'm doing it in the reverse of how people normally do it. So I want to try. I'm hoping that by taking this nap today, it will reset that clock and maybe it'll switch. I want to try to go to bed around this time, a little bit earlier than now, but around, evening time for me, and sleep from like 4 p.m. until midnight, and then get up, have a couple of hours to get ready, have my shower, eat food, whatever, go to work, come home from work in the morning, being wide awake because I slept, maybe take an hour nap or something if I'm tired, then spend a couple of hours working on like TikTok and YouTube and all that kind of stuff, and then go live. And go live at like 11 in the morning until, if I'm doing 4-hour streams, until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So from 11 till 2, I'm live, then I go to bed. So that way I can have a little bit more flexibility with my schedule, and then I'm off on the weekends, so I can do a later stream on the weekends to have just some variety in the channel. But I haven't fully decided yet because resetting my clock is being a real big challenge for me, mainly because I've been working night shift for over a year now, but my night shift used to start at 10 p.m. So I was getting home at like 4 in the morning, so I could go to bed by 4:30 because I would come straight home and like get ready for bed and go right to bed. So and some nights I'd get home even earlier. I'd get home at 3 so I could be in bed by 4. Then I'd be up at 11 because I slept the last part of the night and early part of the morning. But now my night shift has shifted to a little bit later. So all it's done is just make me push my going to bed later, which means I get up later. Because now normally I'm waking up at like 4 p.m. my time, which is like 10 p.m. for like the Netherlands and stuff. Quinn, how's it going, man? How you been? Thank you for the roses, man. How's life? How is the filmmaking game going for you, dude? I hope life is treating you okay and that you're keeping busy with the work. Dude, your quality is so good. I love watching your videos when they come up. Are you actually? Nice. Nice. What are you doing over here? Like, is it for a job or like, are you temporarily living here while you're doing some stuff, or you're just out here visiting and kind of, seeing the falls and seeing all the tourist stuff? Shooting a conference. Nice. Nice, man. Yeah, I haven't actually been, I haven't done anything in the falls in forever, so I don't even know what the falls is like right now. Like, I don't know if it's been busy. I don't know. I heard they closed a bunch of stuff down, so I don't even know if there's anything to see. Nice though, man. Nice. I'm like, oh God, Lundy's Lane is, I'm really bad at naming streets, but I want to say Lundy's Lane is about 5 blocks that way and like 1 block to the left, something like that. Like, I'm so close to Lundy's Lane. Now, I'm like at the higher end of Lundy's Lane before the actual tourist spot starts, but I'm like a minute and a half outside of there. As soon as I like drive a minute and a half down Lundy's Lane, all of a sudden I pass the archway and then it's all tourist stuff. Like, I'm so close downtown. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I'm just talking about it right now. I'm working on like getting the channel to start momentum again because I was so inconsistent over the last little while, mainly just because of life. But now, like I've got things set up. Like I've actually got like a studio now. Before it was in my living room. Now I've got like an actual like set up streaming studio, and my plan was to go down to like 2 light setup for streaming and then a 2 light setup for videos. But then my one light broke, so I've just been using this one light, and I just like stupid camera. I up the settings so I can, use the setup that I have. But I am working on like eventually setting it up so I can have lighting and everything done. Um, but I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I'm working on it. It's been an interesting ride because obviously the quality has gone up on TikTok for a lot of people, and I've been trying to find a way to make it more streamlined because setting up video shoots, you know how it is. It's a nightmare trying to get everything exactly the way you want. And for me, because I use the same room that I stream in, I don't want to have the setup behind me the whole time as I'm streaming. I want to have just like a nice background. But that also means I have to set everything up every time I want to record. So I'm trying to figure out a way to kind of streamline it so I can just do it without having to spend 20 minutes setting up each time. But I appreciate the compliment because I love the look you add to stuff. The stuff I've seen you do, like the documentary and all that, the footage that I've seen, I love the way that you set things up. You know what I mean? It's got such a beautiful look. You've got a really great eye. So it means a lot to hear you say that, honestly. You're doing some shots on Clifton Hill. Nice. It was a gong show. I bet. It's been nuts. I clean at one of the grocery stores here where all the tourists go to. And it's been insane. Over the last year, I've watched like the mess in that grocery store like just go up and up from just how busy they've been. It's been nuts here. It's been like the falls in general has been nuts with how many tourists have been coming by. Yeah, they really are. They're trying to get all that summer activity in, and it almost feels like the more we hear about COVID and like sickness happening, the more people want to go out. And right now, with like this whole new variant that people are starting to kind of see the numbers go up again. Now everybody's starting to go out and they all want to go do stuff. So it's just nuts. Like even places that are normally like that I work at, because at night I run like a small business for cleaning. At night, there are some places that I go to that are traditionally pretty clean. That it's just like basic maintenance that I have to do, that even those places I've had to pull out like the big guns to get things done because they've been so insanely busy. It's nuts. I wouldn't want to be filming out there with all the people and like people getting in the way and like that's one thing I've always struggled with is the public aspect of doing content. Um you did something like that, didn't you? I don't remember if it was like a picture, like you did pictures of somebody, or was it an interview? You did something where you did something on the street with a stranger. That's something I've always struggled with. I used to have a real big interest in street photography when I first started to learn filmography, photography, all that kind of stuff. Um, and I used to have a huge interest in street photography. I was never comfortable asking people if they wanted to, have me take their picture. I was never comfortable like doing it openly. I was always like, trying to like hide, but then I felt like a creep. So then I felt embarrassed and I just wouldn't do it. Because, if you're hiding it, it feels like you're hiding something. Where for me, it was like, no, I just don't want you to get mad at me that I have a camera here. You know, it's scary. Um, yeah, no worries, Quinn. Go do your thing. Enjoy. Uh, Um, stay safe. Don't get anybody mad. Some people get when they see a camera. They think that you're like trying to like sell their image. They think they've got like some Hollywood persona that they're gonna be impersonated if you take their picture. But enjoy, man. I hope the conference goes well and that you don't have too many tech issues. I hope. It's inevitable, but I hope. I hope anyway. Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. Um, but yeah, back to what I was saying. Uh, the sorry. Damn it, Wewin and Ty are not here. And this moron came back. Harassment. Yes. Reported. Yes. I'm being harassed. Yes. You've been reported in case you can see it. But yeah, I'm figuring all these things out. There's a lot of stuff that I need to kind of work out, which it's gonna happen over time. You know, it's not like I can really magically tomorrow have everything figured out. I need to test things, really. Like, my streaming style has changed over the few years that I've been doing it. You know, when I first started, I was very invested in, it's gonna sound like I'm saying I was faking it, but that's not what I mean. But like, I had to like portray a certain type of energy while I was streaming back then. Partially so I could learn to be more natural in front of the camera, because it's always awkward talking to a camera for hours on end. You know, almost everybody struggles with that when they first start. And so, like, in order to deal with that, and in order for people who popped into the channel when I didn't have a viewership, for them to be interested, I wanted to be like super energetic and like, hey, how's it going? Welcome, and like be really high energy. And I'm at a point now where I'm just like, I'm old. I'm an old fart. I'm tired. I don't want to like have to put out that fake energy. I'm just gonna be me. If I'm not feeling energetic, I'm not gonna be energetic. If I'm feeling, you know, like I'm having a bit of a negative day, I might be negative on stream. So like, I don't really know where my strengths are gonna lie as a streamer. The facial hair. You're here to hide from the Texas heat. How bad is it over there? How bad is it over there? You have facial hair. Doesn't that make it worse? You know, I don't know where my strengths are right now, honestly, because again, there's been so much instability in my ability to stream, because I started streaming, and within the first month of me streaming, I started dating Alana, and then within the first year, I lost my apartment. I moved in with my parents. Then I had to go move in with my grandmother and take care of her, who had Alzheimer's. So that was all in the way of streaming. Then I went to college. So like, anytime I was starting to put things together, something would change, you know? And then by the time, you know, all of that is out of the way, I'm no longer in college. My grandmother's no longer needing care. You know, I'm finally on my own. I'm now living with Alana, and then we have a kid, and I have to help raise the kid. And so like, now my time is much more less flexible because there's a family involved, and I'm working and commuting. Like, there was a lot of stuff. So I wasn't very, very free to put the consistency there. But now, like, Alana moved away. Her daughter's gone too. I work a very, very, very rigid schedule. So I'm allowed to have more freedom to do the streaming and the content creation. But it's been 7 years, so I don't really know exactly where I'm going to fall in line. It's really up in the air what's going to happen. I'm still figuring out even what I want to do as a streamer and as a content creator. You know, I do want to do videos, long form videos for YouTube. I'm definitely going to try. I'm aiming to post 2 TikToks per day, so that way I have consistent content at a high-ish level, and hopefully that'll push the channel. And then I've got to implement things like incentives for people to sub, incentives for people to send bits, things for people to interact, like the channel point redemptions, memes on screen, things to make the channel interesting alongside me just chatting, you know? It's 98. Ouch. 112 with 90% humidity. Gross. We are now starting to get into the cold weather. We're sitting at 68 right now, where I am. And then at nighttime, the last couple of nights, stop it. I don't want to highlight that. Okay. The last couple of nights, we've been sitting at like 50 to 53 overnight. We're starting to lose a lot of heat. It's been a very hot summer for us, but we're starting to lose a lot of heat. But yeah, so that's kind of where we are. It's been a wild ride the last 7 years. But that first month, when I was very, very devoted to the channel, and I was living on my own, I didn't have any responsibilities outside of work and paying my bills, I was able to get the channel to a point where I felt like it was a fluke, and a big chunk of it might have been. But I also felt like I was achieving things at a higher rate than I even expected to achieve. You know, like by the end of the first month, I was averaging, if I played Zelda, 25 viewers every stream. If I played Mario Maker, 60 viewers every stream. Mario Kart, 40 viewers every stream. It was a relatively high number. And then on the Saturday, I would do just random stuff, usually retro stuff, but sometimes I'd play like Dying Light or whatever. And even those, I was averaging 15 to 20 viewers per stream. So it was higher numbers than what I'm getting right now. But it was me being very, very devoted to streaming. You know, 5-hour streams every stream, 4 or 5 days a week. I was, you know, posting YouTube videos and like have my Discord, and I was active, and like, so I was doing a lot more. And now I'm finally going to start doing that again. So I'm excited to see where we're going to go, to see if there is going to be some kind of turnout from this. We'll see. We'll see. You like the Hey Retro Kid? Yeah, I'm going to be including those things again. I'm going to be doing the sketch comedy. The main reason I didn't do sketch comedy over the last little while is my personal life was a mess. But on top of that, those videos were filmed very much like you would film a short movie. They weren't filmed like a regular TikTok. Where like a regular TikTok, I just put the camera in front of me. Like, I write my script, I put my camera in front of me, and I just say the whole script, and I repeat it as many times as I have to with whatever mistakes I make. And then I just like chop out all the bad bits and put it together. And so it's really straightforward. But those Hey Retro videos, or the videos of like the two kids playing video games, or the kid with his mom, or the Hey Retro, let me help you. Those videos, or even like the What's Up Bros, I haven't done him in a while. Those videos, they're multiple characters. So I have to have different outfits. There are also multiple camera angles, so I have to come up with the lighting for each camera setup, and sometimes I screw it up and I have to go back and refilm it. Then I have to edit it in a way where it makes sense with what I've said on camera. And sometimes, you know, the sound is a little bit different based on the camera angle. And I don't edit it in this room, or I don't record it in this room. I record it like out in my living room, or I record it out in the kitchen. So like it's a very different setup. So there's testing that has to be done with like how I'm going to light it and how I'm going to, you know, make sure that the lighting and colors are okay and all that. So a regular TikTok, a 30-second TikTok can take me from the moment I start writing it to the moment I upload it. It's about 2 hours of work. But a 30-second like Hey Retro video, a 30-second kid and his mom video, whatever, one of those videos, they could take me 4 hours to do, 5 hours to do. So it's substantially more work. And back then, with Alana living here and my stepdaughter living here, you know, it was, I couldn't really kick them out of the room and be like, can you move? I'm going to record. And especially if I was going to be recording for the next couple of hours. And Alana usually slept during the day, so I didn't want to make too much noise with like moving cameras around and stuff. So I almost completely pulled away from them because of how much work it was. The only drawback to the Hey Retro videos is when I started doing those, a bunch of people started doing them. There were already a couple that were doing very similar videos that we just all happened to do it at the same time. But then there were a bunch of people that started doing them based on what I was doing, that the joke almost played itself out. And so it's very hard to make it feel fresh. The last one that I did, I got like 3 comments that were like, okay, we back in 2019 TikTok now. And it's just like, no, man, I just like this kind of content. So like it's taken a bit of a backseat, but I am going to continue. I do have a couple of scripts written out for like the 2 kids playing video games. I have a couple of scripts written out for like the What's Going On Retro. Are we going to be famous? I've been toying with the idea of bringing back doing video game reviews and doing it with that character. So like have myself and that character interacting, doing a review, and make it like a 2 or 3 minute video where I review a video game and it's like a sketch comedy review. I've been toying with some ideas. Right now, I'm just trying to get into the habit of my own schedule of like stream, record, edit, sleep. My plan is to do like a stream and record one day and then a stream and edit the next day. That way I'm always working on stuff, but I'm not always working on everything all in one night. So that way I can, you know, do a whole bunch of recording in one night and then do a whole bunch of editing in one night. And then I have content constantly on the go, if that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I've got a lot of sketch comedy stuff, a lot of sketch comedy characters that I created. I just haven't done anything with, you know, like the kids playing video games. I really like that one because it's very much the anybody who is older than 20 can relate to whatever I'm going to talk about in the video, because it'll be something like, oh my god, you know how moms used to, and then I'll come up with a joke. But it's more of like do you remember that one kid in your school that would always, and then you come up with like the stereotypical thing that kids would do, and then I make a whole video of it actually happening. And so like I've got these sketch comedy ideas. It's just about recording it, and sometimes it's about just coming up with the joke, like the punchline itself. Because there are things that I come up with, but I can't find the punchline in it. And so like I want to work it out so I can come up with the punchline. But I'm getting there. Right now it's just about getting TikToks up on a consistent basis and streaming on a consistent basis, which I've been doing good with the streaming. Because I haven't missed a day yet. And each one has been 4 or 5 hours. Like we're at 4.5 hours right now. So I've been very consistent with keeping the length up. Now it's just about getting videos up to go along with the streams to hopefully funnel people to the streams, and for stream viewers to get funneled into watching my videos. And then in turn, hopefully do more branding stuff. Like right now I'm in the works of talking with a company about some peripherals for Mac Minis and for the Steam Deck, which I think are awesome. I'm really excited about trying those. Oh no. Dear customer, my payment was declined. Click here so you can give us your information to update it on our system from gmail.com. But yeah, so there's plans, right? There's plans. There's things that I'm working on. There's ideas that I've got. I need to get them going. It's been a very hectic couple of months, but now I'm finally free. I have an audition in about 3 weeks, a little bit over 3 weeks. If I get that show, that's also going to kind of affect how I'm streaming. If I don't get the show, then no big deal. There's also like the thing Preston and I have been talking about that he put my name up for, that I might be involved in. That also might affect a little bit of how the stream works out. So like there are things that are going to kind of shift how things work out, but there are plans. At least I'm streaming on a consistent basis and for a decent amount of time, so I am very excited about that. And I think there's some good things coming up in the horizon. I just have to get my brain to focus again, because I used to be on a very strict schedule. Like it was so specific back then. I'd go to bed at around 4:30 back when I first started. I go to bed at 4:30. I would wake up at 11. I would stream at 1, from 1 until 5. Then at 5, I would have some dinner and maybe take a nap. And then I would get up. No, I would go to bed later. Yeah, no, I would finish streaming and then I'd go to sleep. Then I'd get up, I'd go to work. I'd get home from work, and then I would record footage for a video. Whether it was a review, whether it was a let's play or whatever, I would record for a couple of hours to get that footage. And then I would take a nap, get up, stream, eat, and then either edit for a little bit or edit the next night instead of record. But like that's kind of how I worked it. I was very, very specific on how I was doing it. And right now I'm just kind of like when I feel like it. And that's not a good way to get work done. So I have to get that schedule kind of set in my mind of like, this is when I go to sleep. This is when I edit. This is when I record. This is when I stream. And just have that regiment going. So that way I know my content is consistent and I'm not running into, oh, I did 8 videos. I don't have to do anything for a few days. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, I have no more videos. I would rather have 20 videos loaded and ready to go and continue adding to them as I'm posting. So that way, when I do have a brain freeze and I got nothing, I've got a lot of content behind me, But that's a me problem. That's not a you problem. I'm just kind of letting you guys know what the inside thought is, We're gonna have some stuff. We're gonna have some stuff coming up, and hopefully I can pick things up, because I've got some friends who started at the same time as me. And they have had that consistency and that work ethic that I need to get. And, one of them just broke 500,000 followers. And she put in the work. I didn't put in the same amount of work. She's also far more talented and far smarter than I am and far more entertaining than I am. But she has a much better work ethic than I've had. Now I'm going to try to implement that work ethic. And although I don't think I'll get to 500,000, it'd be really cool to like break 200,000. And it would be really cool to break 10K on YouTube. That would make me happy. That would be an awesome goal to be at. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyways, I'm going to go. I'm going to reheat some of my frozen pre-made ribs. Don't worry, Preston. They are not fancy, nice ribs. Frozen pre-made. They taste good, but we're going to make some fancy ones. Don't worry. I'm going to go reheat my leftovers, and then I'm going to go lay down for a couple of hours and try to nap because I'm a zombie. I'm such a zombie. I'm so tired. Although, I got to say, I really like my hair today. I really like my hair today. I stopped using the wax, and I started using just plain mousse and combing it. Before I was doing more, I was trying to get more like a texturized, messy look. But I feel like the clean, shiny, combed hairdo really works. I really like it. Anyways, I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to raid or anything right now. I'm going to wait till the channel has a bit more of a presence before we start doing that. TikTok, everybody, I really appreciate you all being here. Thank you for spending some time with me. I will see you all tomorrow. I don't know what I'll be doing. Maybe we'll continue with The Forest. Maybe we'll start Subnautica. Maybe I'll do Resident Evil 8. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I feel like. Right now, I'm too tired. I don't want to make a decision and then change my mind tomorrow. We'll play something tomorrow, though. Keep an eye out. I will be live. Thank you so much, TikTok. Take care. Bye-bye. And Twitch and YouTube. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate the love and the support. I appreciate you being here through this, like, rough patch as I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the channel. And for chatting with me and just having a good time. Hopefully, we will have a very interesting journey. And it's just up from here. All right. See you later, Twitch and YouTube. I will talk to you guys later.